Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to see you here. Happy Monday to you, or whatever day it may happen to be whenever you're watching this. Whether you're watching live, hello chat, or whether you're watching sometime in the future, the VOD or on YouTube or whatever, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. And today, in celebration of Thanksgiving and coming up less than 2 weeks, we're talking about the dinosaurian origin of birds.
In the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Taddy Waddy, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Claire Burr, for the raid. How are you doing, Claire? I hope you had a good weekend. It's good to see you.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes
Thank you,
a long
Joshua
way
Sweet.
towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
T-shirt is short for Tyrannosaurus shirt and they have short arms.
There you go, Joshua Sweet. I'm sure that's definitely the case. Yeah. Thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate you, Joshua. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Thanksgiving, which in these United States is a ritual holiday in which people gather to disassemble the carcass of a bird called Meleagris gallopavo, also known as the American turkey. Well, turkeys are a kind of bird. Birds are dinosaurs.
We declare you.
Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. Thanks for kicking off that hype train. Excellent. Here on Paleontologizing, we make a big deal out of Thanksgiving because that's the one time of the year when a lot of Americans dissect a theropod dinosaur carcass. So we're going to be talking all about that as we gear up for El Dia del Pavo, Turkey Day. Your turkey is a dinosaur, and we're going to be talking about why. So today we're going to be, I think, taking a look at a cool documentary that I just found recently, featuring someone we've come to know pretty well here on this channel. It's going to be good. But also, we're going to be talking about that new saber-toothed cat, frozen mummified specimen, the little scimitar cat cub who was found frozen in the Siberian tundra. We're going to be talking about that too. I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any questions at all. And it's the beauty of a live broadcast like this is not only do we have interruptions from friendly mammals like Sweetie Pie here, but also you can ask questions and get them answered live. That's the whole point of streaming here on Twitch, is having this be interactive. So whatever questions you might happen to have, I'll do my best to have answers for you. This is the best way that I know of how to do science outreach. I'm glad you're here. Talia says, meow. Meow indeed. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Let's get our cat cam fired up here. There we go.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards
Dinosaur
supporting
Dave.
science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 500
TikTok
bits.
I made at the Australian Museum showing their dinosaurs to birds display, hosted by Papa Jim the Utah Raptor. Haha.
Well, Dinosaur Dave, let's take a look at that. Here we go, on the old Tink Tonk.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Mary L, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that.
And, let's take a look at how birds evolved from dinosaurs.
Yeah, is Jim in this too?
We know that birds,
This is great.
stuff like Archaeopteryx and
Yeah,
all came from two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs.
this is true.
But modern birds, they kind of split off and did their own thing. We've got all sorts of different modern birds now. But this here shows you how different pieces and different bones evolved. So the tail in green.
It's the
eventually
Pygostyle, yeah.
down to what's known as a pegastyle.
Yep.
The claws on the arm, look at how they modified down and eventually became a wing.
Very cool. This is a neat display. I like this a lot.
That's the jaw, which eventually became the beak of this battle.
Very, very good. Oliver Sutton, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you, Oliver Sutton. Hope you're doing well.
Sutton 42 is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Appreciate your generosity. Thanks for making it possible for 5 lucky viewers to not have to see any ads on this channel. Thank you. Appreciate it, Oliver Sutton. Thank you very much. We're already at 7 out of 150 for our sub goal for the month. For the week. Good stuff. Good stuff, sweetie pie. Yeah. And let's continue this. This is a really cool display, Dinosaur Dave.
So yeah, it's really, really cool. Having a look at how dinosaurs evolved into birds. And how
Pretty
even me
neat.
and my fluffiness shows
You're knocking
that
stuff down, sweetie.
we were born to fly, and fly we will. Even though
Is
I
it
can't.
Sinosauropteryx right there? That's cool. Thank you for sharing, Dinosaur Dave. My goodness, sweetie pie. Just completely blocking the camera. Let's get you some treats, huh? Or you know what? Let's brush you first. I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Our brush. And Confused Echidna, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing well too. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah.
It's a very costly business nowadays to articulate a dinosaur.
That's how most of my TikToks work. A plushie explaining the display I am looking at for the world to see.
That's pretty cool, Dinosaur Dave. I like that. I'm gonna have to give you a follow because I don't hardly follow anybody on TikTok. I'm never really on there. But let me see if I'm following you yet.
Howdy.
Watch out, sweetie pie. I can't see. All right, follow. Excellent. Good stuff. Anyhow. All right, let's just get you some treats. I know that's why you came here. I know that's what you're here for. Yeah, let's make it happen. Well, well, well. Look at all those. Holy cow. The smorgasbord. Thanksgiving has come early for Sweetie Pie. And what is this? Thank you, Undisclosed Space Frog, for the 32 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's good to have you here. I hope all is well. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah, let's let Sweetie Pie finish up here, and they're going to start talking about another cat, one that's been in the news. One that passed away pretty recently, only about 30,000 years ago. A frozen Homotherium scimitar cat cub. People were asking me all about it on Thursday. I didn't really have a chance to take a look at the literature or even any of the press stuff beforehand, so yeah, I've looked at a few things. I think we'll go over this now when Sweetie Pie is done with her in 30,000 years. It's like yesterday. Well, I mean, when we're talking about dinosaurs, it is DM Wayne, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, cats in general have a pretty recent origin, just during the Cenozoic era. I think during the Neogene period of the Cenozoic era. So yeah, this feline body plan like this, well, I guess the body plan has been around for longer, but felids as a group are like, you know, as the crown group of Felidae, they're a bit more recent. Oh, I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the critter that we're going to talk about here is called Homotherium. And I actually have a clip meeting this critter in Los Angeles. So let's take a look at that. Let me get this set up for proper viewing here. There we go.
This presumably is an American lion right here.
It's not an American lion. I got this part wrong at the beginning.
Kind of lankier legs, a little bit less robust.
I can see that my
And Science Streams.
in the year has been well spent.
I really
Professor
appreciate
Danny
that.
and
Holy
Lisa,
cow.
The Psycom hero, legend, inspiration. Thank you for all you do, less than 3.
Thank you for all you do, Science Streams. Blent, I really appreciate that. 43 months now at Tier 3. Holy cow, is that extraordinary. Really appreciate that support. Thank you, Blent. I think good science communication has never been more important than it is today, in our present time. And I don't mean our present time in a paleontological sense, like, oh yeah, within the Holocene epoch. I mean, no, as of like the last few weeks, and then going forward from here. Good science communication and defending science against the people who want to defund it, who want to disparage it, who want to basically get rid of science in modern society. Those are people who are coming into power. We need to do everything that we can to advocate for science during this time, so. That's why your work is so important, Valent and Lita and everybody else here on Twitch doing science. So, honored to share this platform with you, and gonna do my best to continue to get people excited about the natural world, get them excited about scientific discovery, about this whole idea of this whole scientific enterprise, you know? Trying to figure out how things really are by testing, not just believing things because they sound good to us or they're good for our pocketbooks or whatever. What's actually true? How do we know? How do we figure that out? That's what science is all about, and it's important to advocate for that. Now more than ever. Yeah. Anywho. You've probably seen this in the news already. Oh, where'd it go?
Tribune.
Yeah. We got an article about it right here. From the New York Times. A mummified saber-toothed kitten emerges in Siberia. The Homotherian cub was preserved in Siberian permafrost with its dark fur and flesh intact. We're going to get into this article, but first, what is Homotherium? Let's talk... Oop. Let's talk about it right here.
This presumably is an American lion right here.
I was wrong. This is not an American lion. This is from back in September. We were at the tar pits at La Brea.
Check this out. That is a beautiful reconstruction. It's so lifelike.
So not an American lion, but a scimitar-toothed cat.
And again, this is not... It's not like a taxidermy where you've got fur on it. Like, this is... hard material right there. This is a sculpture.
Resin.
With a few hairs added on top. Detailing, but just stupendous.
Yeah.
Really lovely. Look at that mouth. Fantastic. There you go, Crimson Carnotaurans.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Glam Pixie, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. And no touching the art. They have a sign here that I think says "Please touch." It's designed for that. You know, again, it looks like it's taxidermy. It is not. This is a sculpture. It's made of resin. It's very resilient. And
it really does make our modern mountain lions, cougars, pumas look tiny by comparison.
Look at those long limbs on it, too. So unlike Smilodon, the saber-toothed cat, who's got these really, really long canines, like we see right here, these guys, they've got embiggened canines. They've got lengthened, you know, fang teeth like that, but not nearly to the extent of Smilodon. Smilodon really cranks it up to 11. These guys probably had a different hunting style, probably different prey preferences than Smilodon, different method of dispatching prey, you know, subduing their food. Cool critters.
Fantastic. Really beautiful. Oh, scimitar tooth cat, not American lion.
Yep, see?
Motherium. Scimitar tooth cat.
But check that out. So they've got these, you know, highly embiggened canines. Not quite as crazy as in Smilodon, but still, you do not want that sinking into your neck or your thigh or whatever, no matter what kind of mammal you are. It's the sort of thing that, oh man, it's pretty gnarly kind of prey capture, bit of morphology there. And they were quite widespread, critters and carnivores, absolutely. But I'm here in North America,
Considered the most successful
and
predator
in Eurasia as well.
The species is relatively rare at the tar pits, but researchers at a cave in Texas discovered 32 scimitar tooth cat skeletons, along with hundreds of juvenile mammoth teeth.
So these critters were year after year in that cave in Texas, bringing back baby mammoths to eat in the cave, and then just kind of living there year after year. This is site fidelity in a cat like this. But yeah, shoot. Even critters like, you know, modern-day lions out on the African veldt, they don't very frequently prey on baby elephants. These guys are eating baby mammoths, which are even bigger, on the regular. It's pretty cool.
So these guys were eating baby mammoths.
Natural Bridge Caverns might be. Cassadreamer might be.
Very cool. Yeah. And it said, please touch, so let's go ahead and do that.
See? Everybody in chat is like, Danny, why are you touching the heart? You think I would do that if the sign said not to? Please.
Gorgeous. Scimitar tooth cat.
Good stuff. Anyway, if you want to see that VOD, here's that link with the timestamp there too. Really cool sculpture. Yes, indeed, Casey Snowart. Yes, indeed. And now, holy cow, we've got a mummified scimitar cat kitten, a cub, found in Siberia. I think it was found in 2020. It's just been published now. The Homotherium cub was preserved in Siberian permafrost with its dark fur and flesh intact. And there it is right there, looking like a kind of a scrungy teddy bear, you know? Just amazing. Amazing. So a photo left and a skeleton CT scan of the frozen mummy Homotherium latidens, a 37,000-year-old lion-sized saber-toothed cat found in eastern Siberia. Very, very cool. So in 2020, prospectors seeking mammoth tusks in eastern Siberia found a bundle of fur protruding from the icy bank of the Badyarika River. The diggers knew that they were looking at something rare, the Ice Age mummy of a cat cub. Here is a link to this article by Asher Albin, who does a lot of work writing on paleontology for the New York Times. Always excellent articles. That's why we're taking a look at this. Scientists have studied mummified animals that roamed the steppes in the Pleistocene 30,000 years ago. So 30,000 years ago is last Thursday, geologically speaking. That is super, super recent in the grand scheme of things. know we go over this a lot, but we've got new people here in the chat, and I always feel like, I don't know, I don't need much of an excuse to pull up the old International Chronostratigraphic chart here. So from the very formation of the Earth about 4.5 billion years ago, all the way up until the present, this scimitar-toothed cat is from the late Pleistocene, about 30,000 years ago. So it is super, super, super recent. By contrast, the last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago, at the end of the Maastrichtian stage of the Upper Cretaceous period. This is the Age of Mammals. Age of Mammals, the Cenozoic right here. And what we're talking about is from the Pleistocene stage, or Pleistocene epoch of the Neogean period of the Cenozoic era. Just, there were already people walking around at this time. The first, like, modern, anatomically modern human beings are around about 200,000 years old, something like that. So, by all means, this critter, Homotherium, should still be around today. This was so recent in the grand scheme of things. So other critters that walked around alongside it include titans like mammoths and woolly rhinoceros, as well as small mammals like the cubs of wolverines and cave lions. But when the prospectors brought their little find to the Russian Academy of Sciences in Moscow, oop, it was a big deal. Kennedy, thank you for the 29 months of support.
I'm hoping to make it a year.
That. 29 months, I feel like you're awful close there, Kennedy. Thank you for your ongoing support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. When the prospectors brought their little find, and it is little in terms of size, not in terms of importance. When they brought their little find to the Russian Academy of Sciences in Moscow, researchers there were delighted. They had just been handed the first ever mummy of a saber-toothed cat. It is so cool. The find, published on Thursday in the journal Scientific Reports, is the first time in 28,000 years the humans have laid eyes on a saber-toothed cat, at least since their extinction at the end of the Ice Age. Many paleontologists working with felids, that's cats, the cat family, including myself, have been hoping for decades to see a frozen saber-toothed felid from the permafrost, said Manuel J. Salesa, specialist in saber-toothed cats at the Museo Nacional de Ciencias Naturales in Madrid, who was not involved in the paper. This amazing find is one of the most exciting moments of my career. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I am very jealous as a dinosaur paleontologist. We will probably never have anything that's quite this remarkable from the Mesozoic, just because you don't get this kind of preservation except in ice. And I don't think there is any ice on our planet that goes all the way back to the time of the dinosaurs. There have been too many climate fluctuations in between. Earth was, of course, warmer, generally, during the age of dinosaurs, so there wasn't a lot of ice to start with. But even ice that may have existed at that time has since, you know, been thawed out, destroyed. Especially during, like, the Paleocene, Eocene thermal maximum, when there would have been, like, no ice on our planet at the time. Except maybe at some of the peaks of the very, very tallest mountains. Just ephemeral ice, you know. Anyway, I say all that to preempt any questions that I might get from enthusiastic chatters like, Danny, is there a chance we might get a frozen dinosaur someday? From the Mesozoic? Sorry, not a shot. It's just, there's no ice from that time. Oh, yeah. But yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know, are Siberian tigers known to be around that ecosystem around those times too? I don't think so. I think Siberian tigers, I don't think they lived in this particular ecosystem. I think they're kind of further south. The Siberian tiger, aka Amur tiger, I don't think they coexisted alongside Homotherium in this particular environment, but I could be wrong, you know? Yeah. And Raycadactylus says, I know where to find frozen dinosaurs, in the freezer section of the grocery store. That is true. Good point, Raycadactylus. These literally are dinosaurs. And thank you. A place in EU. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. These literally are not just shaped like dinosaurs, they're literally made of dinosaurs, since they're made of chicken, and chickens are birds, and birds are dinosaurs. They're shaped like dinosaurs, artificially, and they literally are made from dinosaurs, which is kind of fun to think about. But it's true. Yeah. Frozen dino nuggets for chat, says Ben6. Yeah. Enjoy. Returning to its truest form, says Confused Echidna. There you go. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. They make vegetarian ones, don't they? Yeah, I need to look into some of these. Not chicken dinosaurs? Oh boy. Yeah, good stuff. I'd try those. Anywho, back to our frozen saber-toothed kitten. I like that they... This is a common thing that you see in good science writing, is that they'll reach out to other scientists who are also experts in this area, but were not involved with this particular study. So Manuel J. Salesa, a specialist in saber-toothed cats, in Madrid, who is not involved in the paper, said, this amazing find is one of the most exciting moments of my career. Good science journalism like this tries to almost kind of mimic the scientific method. So you're also getting the opinions of other scientists who are not involved in this study to see what the general scientific consensus is about this. What are other scientists saying about it? If we're trying to get a good idea of the significance of this find, or whether or not it's legit, you talk to other scientists. And that's what Asher Albion did here for this article, and well done. Yeah. And Cats a Dreamer says, it's nice to give the general public the frame of reference how cool this is. Absolutely. And also, sometimes when you've got a really, really cool thing like this that gets published, like a frozen saber-toothed cat, you need to make sure it's legit. That's an extraordinary claim. Like, hey, we're saying we've got this really, really cool, off-the-wall thing, unique, really special. You want to make sure that other scientists who also work in that field can confirm, like, yeah, this looks legit, you know? Yeah. And Confused Echidna says, good science journalism is talking to experts in fields in which you are not the expert. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And I don't work on this stuff. I don't work on Machairodonts. I don't work on fossil mammals in general. It's not yet. Who knows what the future holds. But I'm not an expert in this particular topic. But I'll recognize a lot of these names. Some of my colleagues, you know, people that I meet at scientific conferences, people who work on fossil mammals, like, you get to know people, you get to know their reputations. You become kind of clued in to what's going on in these other fields, even if they're outside your immediate wheelhouse. I work on dinosaurs. I don't know a lot about saber-toothed cats, which is why I'm not going to be offering too many of my own opinions on this sort of thing, because frankly, I don't deserve to have strong opinions about saber-toothed cats because I don't work on these critters, you know? These are not... I don't know a lot about them. So it's cool to get the input from people who really do. It was also the first discovery of a Pleistocene mummy from a family of animals with no surviving species, said Alexei Lopatin, paleontologist of the Russian Academy of Sciences and an author on the paper. Using CT scans to examine the cub's bones, Dr. Lopatin and his colleagues confirmed that the 37,000-year-old mummy was Homotherium, a rangy, lion-sized cat with long forelimbs and heavy shoulders. I'll show you a picture. Homotherium latidens. There we go. A lot like Smilodon, but lankier, longer legs, shorter canines, probably a faster runner, maybe potentially a pursuit predator. I've got good reason to think that these critters may have actually been preying on bison and horses at the time, chasing them down, working as a pack to wrestle them to the ground, and then using those large canine teeth to subdue them. But yeah. And Castadermus says giant bobcat. We don't know that this is the coloration here. You'll see a lot of different interpretations. As for... Oh, I like how this one really kind of emphasizes how tall these critters are, how long their legs are. Yeah, so here's a reconstruction of them chasing down a horse. There's that same one at La Brea, like I showed you from the video. Yeah. Got long, leggy legs that go all the way to the ground. You know? They're leggy cats. Yeah, and there you go, Clever, yes. Yeah. So these guys are not as famous as Smilodon, you know, the saber-toothed cat. These guys often get called scimitar-toothed cats. But they're important. Here's some interesting work here. This just came out. So this artist was looking at the baby up there. That's the frozen kitten like we're talking about. And it does seem to have kind of elongate hairs on the chin. And so this artist interprets that as kind of a beard on this animal as an adult. Pretty cool. Cass says, looks like Scar from The Lion King. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? It's got that kind of chin. You could see it being voiced by, what was that, Jeremy Irons, I think? But yeah. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. The species was the last of the saber-toothed cats, which occupied a branch of the tree of life distinct from modern felines. That's true. So yeah, it's not like modern cats, any modern cats evolved from this branch. They all died out. They left no descendants. Yeah. So comparison of a three-week-old heads of Homotherium at the top. This is the one that was, you know, pulled out of Siberia there. And then a present-day lion at 3 weeks old, right there. So pretty similar, but also the head on Homotherium here seems to be more robust, a more robust lower jaw. You've also got that beardy stuff going on there, which is really interesting. While bones of Homotherium cubs have been found, including a major discovery in a cave near San Antonio, there we go, in Texas. Take a look at that. Dietary ecology of the scimitar-toothed cat, Homotherium serum. It's a different species. Homotherium latidens is the one that we have here from Siberia. The Russian specimen comes complete with flesh and fur. Holy cow. Dr. Lopatin and his colleagues estimate the cub was only 3 weeks old. Some features, like the cub's powerful neck, offer confirmation of earlier conclusions by paleontologists about Homotherium anatomy. Other traits come as a complete surprise. So this is really cool because it's a way to kind of ground truth some assertions made in the past. Like the idea that these critters had a very powerful neck. You know? The vertebrae would seem to imply that. That it would be highly muscular. And now we've got one with soft tissue that seems to confirm that. Super cool. That's really neat. Like, look at how stout and thick that neck is right there. Yeah, how kind of short the back is and how long the limbs are. You can tell these things from the skeleton, but there's always a little bit of uncertainty there. Like, does the soft tissue actually reflect that too? And no, it does. Yeah, so other traits come as a complete surprise, though. The cub had pale tufts of hair jutting back and down from the corners of its mouth, hinting at sideburns or beards in adult cats. Its paws were round like a lynx's, but with square pads, unlike those of modern cats. Surprisingly, the kitten had no carpal pads on its wrists. So no pad right there, like modern cats have. Feature common in cats and dogs, which may have helped it walk on snow, Dr. LePatin said. Then there was its fur, which was dark brown and soft. Perhaps the most surprising thing, Dr. LePatin said. Modern big cats have solid colored coats as adults, like lions and pumas, and generally have spots as babies, said Ashley Reynolds, paleontologist at the Canadian Museum of Nature. It's in Ottawa, right? Who did not participate in the study. And, Queen Kyrie, thank you. Thank you for the 5 months of support. Thank you for the prime there. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate you. And Confused to Goodness, his fur is soft. Is it a surprise? I mean, in a sense, yes. It's mostly the coloration of the fur that's surprising. So modern big cats have solid solid colored coats as adults, like lions and pumas, generally have spots as babies. So like, yeah. Trying to find you one with an adult and a baby here. That's like AI generated, ugh. But anyway, the babies tend to have spots, especially when they're very young, because they're often hanging out in the underbrush. You know, when mom goes out to hunt, she'll leave the cubs behind, and they've got to hide there and avoid being eaten by other predators. So having spots like that kind of offers some extra camouflage. So that's kind of what we expect. If the adults have got a solid colored coat, the young often have spots. However, the absence of spots could be a result of how the fur was preserved, she said. I'd like to see some detail on what degradation, if any, has happened to the fur. But she noted that spotted hyena cubs can have dark-colored fur, and they are relatives of felines. That's true. Hyenas and cats are more closely related to one another than you'd probably guess. Let's jump to carnivora here on our tree of life. There we go. Carnivorans are mammals that have got those fancy eating carnassial teeth backs of their mouths. So carnivorans are everything from weasels to walruses, from otters to hyenas to lions, tigers and bears. Oh my. You've got the dog-like carnivorans, and you've got the cat-like carnivorans. And hyenas, you would think, look kind of like dogs, right? They're part of Caeniformia. They'd be Caeniformes, dog-like carnivorans? Well, they are not. Hyenas are part of Feliformia. Hyenas, like our spotted hyena right here, are actually cat-like carnivorans. So the hyena family is right here. They are much more closely related to cats than they are to dogs. Yeah, pretty neat, right? Spavori says, "Oh wow, yeah. Is that a revelation? Is that new information for you?" Pretty cool to think about. Yeah. What about foxes? So foxes are Caeniformes. Foxes are part of this group, the dog-like carnivorans. So there's a red fox right there, Vulpes vulpes, is a dog-like carnivoran. Dogs, wolves, foxes, and more. There you go. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. What do you think, sweetie pie? Huh? Is that pretty cool? You're more close to related to a hyena than you are to a dog, you know? Hyenas are close to you cats. That's true. Yeah. PewDiePie says, I'm a great example of a cat. Yeah, she is. You're a credit to your clade, Sweetie Pie. You really are. Good stuff. Anyhow. So yeah, here. Absence of spots on the cub could be a result of how the fur was preserved. Said Ashley Reynolds from Ottawa. I'd like to see some detail on what degradation, if any, has happened to the fur, but she noted that spotted hyena cubs can also have dark-colored fur, and they are relatives of felines. So this is something we call extant phylogenetic bracketing. Sometimes if we're trying to figure out what's more likely when we're looking at like some extinct critters, is we look at their modern relatives. So for dinosaurs, classic example, something that's unknown for them, like, I don't know, what kind of eyes did they have, or what does their soft tissue look like in a certain regard? We can look at their modern living relatives. Birds, who literally are dinosaurs, and crocodiles, who are like cousins to dinosaurs, we can use them as kind of a clue there. Holy cow, Swiss Girl Gaming, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I don't know why our raid alerts are still not working, but it's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Holy cow. Hope your stream was really, really good. Looks like you were doing something called Team Fight Tactics. Hope it was excellent. Well, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza, and this is Sweetie Pie right here. And this channel is called Paleontologizing. I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaur fossils. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals. Dinosaurs are what I excavate during the summers. Like we were doing this past year in Wyoming and Utah, live streaming dinosaur excavations for the whole world to see here on Twitch. But right now we're talking about this remarkable find. 35,000-year-old frozen saber-toothed cat mummy studied for the first time. Pretty cool. There it is right there. So, yeah, I want to make it clear, I don't work on these guys. I don't work on fossil mammals, at least not yet. But we're going over it anyway because this is some exciting paleontological news, and I think it highlights some key points that are good idea to talk about when we're doing science outreach here. Yeah. Swiss Girl Gaming says, good to be here. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. You bring your friends. Thank you, Darwin. I appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. And Sweetie Pie is adorable. She certainly is. You know? Aren't you, Sweetie Pie? Let's get our cat cam going here. There we go. Oh.
This drawer contains almost all of
Thank you for the
North
follow,
American
Swiss Girl Gaming.
identified specimens of
I
Troodon.
appreciate it. Good stuff. Good stuff. What do you think, sweetie? Is that good stuff? Let's give you a few more treats. Because I think that's what you're after, huh? Yeah. Oh, you know what's going on. There we go. Yeah. Yum, yum. There we go. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, so Sweetie Pie's going to be using those specialized carnassial teeth to, well, I guess She doesn't really need them to crunch up treats. But carnassial teeth are one of those things that that define the carnivoran mammals. I did a video about this a long time ago. Let me find you a little clip. Because carnivorans, there we go, this group of mammals, they're not all carnivorous, so don't let the name fool you. Some of them are secondarily adapted for herbivory, things like the giant panda. But carnivoran mammals are, well, here. Should we talk about another mummy here? I think well, no, let me just show you this clip and then maybe we'll go back to it if we really want to. But our carnivorans are... Well, I guess I kind of gotta show you the beginning of it just so this makes sense, but... Here, we're gonna... A real blast from the past here. We're going to go back to before I even knew about Twitch.tv, when I was still trying to do science outreach on YouTube. This is a video that I made back in 2017, I think. And, yeah, it's before I really understood much about lighting or cameras or audio editing or recording or anything like that. So bear with me here. This is primitive stuff. But, it has to do with mammals and mammal mummies and that kind of thing. Take a look. Hey there. This is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza. And today, we're going to be exploring something... What? What? Hey there. Sorry, wrong button. Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza. And today, we're going to be exploring something pretty weird. This is not what I had planned for this week, but sometimes the best laid plans are displaced by current events. And well... duty calls. So last month, reports started to surface online about a strange-looking animal carcass discovered in northern India. Apparently found by a worker who was cleaning out a derelict electrical facility in the city of Jaspur in the state of Uttarakhand. The carcass is still partially covered with flesh and features a longish tail, a gracefully curved neck, and a fearsome-looking skull. So under the right conditions, you can get preserved flesh like this. If you just have like a really, really dry spot or like something that's kind of inhibiting, all the soft tissue from rotting off, you can get this kind of preservation. You can also get this in ice, which is what our Homotherium cove. Local officials were called in to investigate the remarkable idea that this was a small dinosaur. Oh, there you go, Mayorspace. In modern times. So could this really be a dinosaur? It's not. Of course not. What are you, stupid? I had a different tone back then, as you can tell. Oh boy. I'm sorry. That's not the right approach. It's just that I get frustrated when sensationalistic garbage like this gets spread around just because journalists don't want to do their jobs. So even ignoring the fact that the non-bird dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago, it is obviously not a dinosaur because, and I'm speaking as a dinosaur paleontologist here, it looks nothing like a dinosaur. I'd also like to posit that this thing is not as big a mystery as it is being reported. Yeah. But that didn't stop lazy journalists from latching onto the dinosaur claim anyway, boy, without bothering to consult anybody who knows anything. They did, however, publish lots and lots of articles. And of course, this being the internet, that brought all kinds of wacky characters out of the woodwork. I appreciate that,
This is a major discovery that's pretty much proving that dinosaurs are probably, I mean, this is just, it looks pretty authentic.
The young Earth creationists and right-wing wackos really...
corpse in India.
They really went nuts with this.
That resembled the shape of the 28 centimeters long creature.
The mystery of dinosaurs thickens. What it is...
And Nafron, thank you for the 42 months. Holy cow. Look at that ontogeny occurring there.
Ontogeny.
Really appreciate the ongoing support. Thank you so much for the 42 months. Holy cow, Nafron. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
More or less.
Ah.
The Coel office is...
We're not being told a real history of Earth here.
in the Dromaeosaurus.
The salamander, yeah.
Creation, evolution, and the fact that the world is only 6,000 years old. And
oh boy.
Lived with dinosaurs.
Try to hide it up. When you have a dinosaur that is found in India with flesh still on its bones.
And with the power of manipulation of the DNA.
Boy.
So there's definitely aspects of our history that the mainstream scientific people in charge don't want us to know.
It tends to shake up the status quo, what they're teaching us.
Yeah, they definitely want to keep hidden.
And evolution is a false religion, pretty much manufactured by Satan, who just wants to distract people.
What will they do with the dino DNA? What? Especially when you start talking about Nephilim and mixing of species and the different things that's going on with the genetic manipulation. But
So it should be obvious to any thinking person that this is not a dinosaur. But you're probably wondering, what is it?
There you go, Alexander Morrison.
To find out, let's do some paleontologizing. Oh, obviously, if it still has flesh on it, then it's not a fossil. So why is this even a paleontological question? Well, paleontology is one of the broadest sciences there is, and our expertise often has bearing on other fields. For example, paleontologists will sometimes get called in to archaeological sites to look at animal skeletons. When you think about it, we are some of the only scientists who typically identify animals based only on their bones. It's a practice called osteology, and it's kind of our wheelhouse.
Yep.
So just by looking at the bones that are visible in the Jasper carcass, especially the structure of the skull, the general shape of the teeth,
I think it's a cat says the
zygomatic
shakes.
arch, I can tell right off the bat
Here we go.
this thing is a carnivoran. They're the group of mammals that includes lions and tigers and bears,
oh my.
plus canines and hyenas, foxes, raccoons, pinnipeds, and all kinds of little weaselly guys, too.
Yep.
This group split off from the rest of the mammals probably sometime in the Eocene, about 42 million years ago. And from their common ancestor, they inherited something that we call carnassials.
Yep.
No, not those carnassials. I'm talking about the distinctly shaped cheek teeth that these critters use for slicing up meat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there you have it. The Jasper mystery carcass is not a dinosaur. It's some variety of small carnivoran mammal.
It's a big stand.
Glad we could clear that up. I'm Danny Anduza, and I'll see you around.
Anyway, there we go. Case closed. It's some sort of carnivoran mammal.
What's that? You're not satisfied with that conclusion? You expected more from me. All right. Well, challenge accepted. So obviously this thing is some kind of carnivoran. I mean, that level of identification is child's play. But what if we could narrow it down all the way to the species level? Well, let's see if we can knock this one out of the park. When I first saw this, I thought,
so overly
looks like a
serious
cat to
back
me.
then.
But I wasn't confident about that.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Not enough that I could really get cocky about it.
I don't work on mammals, you know? I'm not a mammal expert.
You see, I am not a mammal paleontologist.
There we go.
I work mostly on dinosaurs, and so my knowledge of mammalian skeletal anatomy is not fantastic. So of course I reached out for help on Facebook and on Twitter from some of my paleo friends who know a lot more about mammalian osteology than I do.
There you go, Mayor Space.
So how do you go about clarifying an enigma like this one? Well, it's not really that difficult. First, we start with what we know.
Yep.
It's plain to see that this is not a fossil, so it has to be a modern taxon, and it's obviously some kind of carnivoran. We know where it was found, and so we can use that to narrow it down too. With a little help from my friends, I figured out that it's definitely not a cat, and it's not an otter.
Nope.
Again and again, there were two possibilities that my mammal expert friends kept returning to. Either it was a herpestid, which is a mongoose, or a mustelid, which is some kind of weaselly guy. Using range data, we can come up with our most likely candidates, and then parse it down from there. The dentary seems to be the wrong shape for the Indian gray mongoose, and the limbs appear to be too long for the small Asian mongoose. The apparent lack of a sagittal crest seems to be another giveaway. I could be wrong, but I don't think this thing is a mongoose. So then,
here we go.
Process of elimination. That.
What do you think it is, chat? Well.
Leaves us with this little guy. Yellow-throated marten. Scientific binomial Martes flavigula.
I didn't know about these critters before I embarked on this whole thing, and they're so
Known
cool.
To Russian speakers as the kharza. It's a common animal in that part of the world, and relatively well studied. As a member of the
attitude.
Family, the yellow-throated marten is closely related to the pine marten of Europe and the American marten of the western U.S. and Canada, although it's slightly larger and more primitive. Multi-gene phylogenetic analysis seems to indicate that it diverged from its relatives in the early Pliocene, and then hung around doing its thing in Asia until the current day. While it might look cute with its handsome, brightly colored coat, the yellow-throated marten also has some serious moxie, and it isn't afraid to attack and eat animals much larger than itself, apparently including small deer.
Yeah.
As
nuts. They have, oh man, do they have attitude. The video with the monkey was harrowing to watch because, you know, here's this little weasel, this little marten just runs up to this monkey, and the monkey's like, haha, you know, I'm bigger than you, I don't have to worry about you. And then it just starts biting chunks out of this monkey, and the monkey's like, oh shoot. And before the monkey really realizes what's going on, it's already too late. It's, oh man.
Our culprit, well, the geography is an obvious match.
Like the magpies and the squirrel. There you go, Claire, yeah.
The length of its neck, its posture, the structure of its sacrum, its lack of a prominent sagittal crest, and the general morphology of its skull all seem to line up beautifully with our mystery remains. And bingo, it's a match. About as perfect as we could hope for with the available evidence. Location, abundance, size, morphology of the skull, it's all there. Now, of course, I can't be 100% certain that I'm right about this ID, but at least now we have a falsifiable hypothesis. And if the people in possession of this carcass actually want to test this hypothesis, it should be pretty straightforward. As long as the thing is male, then all you got to do is open it up and examine its baculum.
Yep.
The yellow-throated marten has a very distinct one, different from all its relatives. So, in terms of identification,
this should be your smoking
gun. Should be your silver bullet.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, if you don't already know what a baculum is, then I strongly suggest that you look it up. It's a fun little piece of trivia to share with your friends.
I'll just tell you what it is right now. And again, remember, family-friendly chat here. All ages appropriate. We can all be mature and not giggle when I say it's the penis bone. Most mammals have it. These guys have got a very, very distinctive looking one. And so that should be able to tell you whether or not this is a yellow-throated marten, because they've got a really distinctive looking one.
So anyway, I feel that this is a very fitting conclusion. It is somehow very appropriate that one of these spirited little animals would clamber into an electrical facility to keel over and shrivel up in a final act of mischief, so that years later it would fool a bunch of gullible humans into thinking that it was a dinosaur.
And Salamander says, can many animals be identified by the shape of their baculum? Yes. Yeah, it's one of those things that tends to evolve pretty quickly because it's involved with reproduction, obviously. And so you can get I don't know, if you get evolution of the reproductive organs, you can get speciation right quick, you know? So it's one of those things that as soon as critters speciate, they tend to, you know, oftentimes they tend to, like, develop specializations in the reproductive gear, including the baculum. This is pretty awesome. Thank you, A7X Cable. I appreciate that. Good to have you here.
So what can we learn from this?
And ducks do not have a baculum.
Well,
No.
first
It's a mammal
off,
thing.
we see a dismal failure of journalism on multiple levels. It starts with those first reports last month, and it continues with every instance of a credulous journalist choosing to just repeat the dinosaur thing without bothering to consult, oh, I don't know, maybe anybody who studies dinosaurs?
Are they related to otters? They are, Pimpcat, yeah.
That would have stopped this
they're both
farce right at the
mustelids.
beginning. No, I'm not suggesting that anybody should lose their job over this, but
Well,
it
maybe
is
somebody-
discouraging to
people
see
should
the
have.
piss-poor quality of all the reporting here.
Yeah.
Now you might be asking yourself, what's the harm? Why be concerned over a bogus dinosaur corpse story? But I think you already know the answer. This kind of nonsense makes people stupider. And in this day and age, I don't think we need any more of that. So, to try and end on an optimistic note, let's focus on what you and I can do to try and improve things. Well, for one, if you see more examples of the just spoor dinosaur corpse popping up on the news, then you can share this video in the comment section. It might not be much, but at the end of the day, it's better than nothing. Sometimes it's all you can really ask for. Anyway.
Past Danny had no idea, says Sazlichik. I didn't know how bad it was going to get. Oh, boy.
Until next time.
And Rhacodactylus
I'm
is
Danny
exactly what
Anduza.
that is, yeah.
Keep on paleontologizing.
Anyway. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, you sound more weary in this video, but I don't blame you. Thanks. Yeah, there's a link to it right there if you want that for whatever reason. So there's an example of a preserved fleshy mammal carcass that was misinterpreted and basically not used for good. Contrast that with this beautiful thing. And all of the discoveries we can glean from this. This makes me happy. Holy cow. Calling all Ice Age lovers, the frozen remains of a 35,000-year-old saber-toothed cat have been studied for the first time in history, according to a study published Thursday in the journal Scientific Reports. There is this baby kitty right there. Nose, eye, ear, small ear, chin with almost like the start of a beard right there. Pretty cool. Yeah. Your mic seems to be about 10% too high. I can turn it down for sure. How's that? Is that any better? Oh, the music. Oh. It might just be this particular song. There we go. Anywho, the cub also adds ammunition to a debate about saber-toothed cats, whether their famous elongated fangs projected openly from their jaws or whether they were covered by an extended lip. Now, while the kitten was too young for its elongated fangs to have formed, Dr. Lopatin said, the height of the upper lip is more than twice as long as that of a modern lion cub. This would support the claim that the sabers of adult Homotherium were sheathed. And we do see that in some reconstructions of this critter. You don't always see it with, like, exposed fangs. Like right here. You've got that sheath right there covering them. Pretty cool.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons.
Cambrian trilobite.
He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for the prime there. Cambrian trilobite, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome back. Paleontology does rule. Glad you could be here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The initial report is just the beginning, Dr. Lopatin said. The team also plans to study the mummy's DNA and to perform closer examinations of the skeleton, muscles, and hair. And he's confident that at some point other Homotherium mummies might turn up as well. Let's hope our Russian colleagues are lucky in finding the adults, Dr. Salesa said. That would be absolutely shocking. Very cool. Let's take a look at the publication there in Nature Scientific Reports. This is, of course, open access.
Access granted.
There's a link to the original publication right here. Good stuff. Pretty neat. Mummy of a juvenile saber-toothed cat, Homotherium latidens, from the Upper Pleistocene of Siberia. The frozen mummy of a very large felid cub was found in the Upper Pleistocene permafrost of the Badyarika River, Indigirka River Basin of the northeast of Yakutia, Russia. The study of the specimen appearance showed its significant differences from modern lion cub of similar age, 3 weeks, and the unusual shape of the muzzle, with a large mouth opening and small ears. If you're an animal that's going to live in a super cold environment, you generally want to have small ears. Ears are one of the most susceptible parts of the body to frostbite. If you have external mammalian pinnae like this, these fleshy mammal ears, anybody who lives up in the great frozen north can tell you, you want to get those things covered up. Because as like a bodily extremity, they freeze real fast. So as an animal adapted to the cold, you want to have smaller ears, and this critter did. Yeah. And skin surface is not great in extreme cold. Agreed, Rhacodactylus, yeah. That's why, mammoths... Why mammoths had smaller ears than modern elephants, especially African elephants with their giant ears. They actually use those to help cool themselves down. That mammoths, living in very, very cold climates, had much smaller ears by comparison. African elephant and a woolly mammoth. Look how much smaller the ears are on the mammoth. Good stuff. And yeah, polar bears have got smaller ears than brown bears. Dire Beast Rex, absolutely. Duster says, I think the largest theropod skull I've seen is Carcharodontosaurus. Very cool, Duster. It's probably still less massive, like, in terms of volume, it's smaller than Tyrannosaurus, but it would be a little bit longer. Anyway, welcome, Duster. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here's that paper. Here we go. The study of the mummy was carried out at the PIN. The carcass of a 3-year-old lion cub, Panthera leo, from the collection of ZMMU, was used for comparative analysis. There's again a photo of the mummified scimitar cat cub and a CT scan of the skeleton. Just pristine. Gorgeous. And this is really beautiful, like, for a mummified animal. I want to call that out and say this is gorgeous, but on the other hand, it does a little bit remind me of, it does a little bit remind me of this. Oh no. Just drop the mammal in the snow. So there we go, like, like a scimitar cat cub left out in the snow. It's not the clip I was looking for. There we go. I don't think the journey of this Homotherium cub is quite as extraordinary as this.
This is all your fault!
You've got to start selling this for more than $1 a bag. We lost 4 more men on this expedition.
If you can think of a better way to get ice, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, you gotta say.
Beats me.
Hey, Apu, this bag of ice has a head in it.
Anyway, that's really kind of looks like this, you know? Yeah. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And Nafron, I appreciate your patience with all these references and the sides and everything. And there we go. Yeah. And there's a CT scan of our baby Homotherium skull. And there's a 3-week-old lion. So you can kind of highlight the differences. The lower jaw on the scimitar-toothed cat, much, much more robust. Yeah, it's almost got a little bit of an underbite going on there, too. Pretty neat stuff. Pretty nifty. And I'm trying to see if there's any like mainstream news coverage of this, and I'm not seeing anything yet, but there are some interesting videos from like science YouTubers, like Edge Science. You can take a look at some of those if you'd like. But yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. So I'm excited about that. I hope it continues to get more press coverage. I hope that it continues to get more people interested in fossil science. It's good stuff. Yeah. And was it intact enough for DNA to be preserved? Presumably, yes, Dr. Prince Bones. They talked about that at the end of Asher Elbion's article here. There we go. The initial report is just the beginning, Dr. Lopatin said. The team also plans to study the mummy's DNA and to perform closer examinations of the skeleton, muscles, and hair. So this will not be the last we hear of this specimen, I presume. And that's exciting. Well, good stuff. Good stuff. So with that, I guess we can conclude our coverage of that Homotherium cub mummy. Pretty cool. But of course, Thanksgiving is coming up, as we all know, and well, shoot, we have got some cool things to talk about. Thanksgiving is a day in which many Americans will dissect a bird carcass for food purposes. It's an interesting American ritual that people have undertaken for a long time. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I get excited about this time of year because people are talking about dinosaur anatomy without even realizing it.
That's this scientician. He'll tell you that.
Duster333, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Dolphin137, for the follow as well.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Good stuff. Yeah. Do I have that ready to go? Thanksgiving cold open too? I think I do. Let's get into the Thanksgiving spirit and the dinosaur bird link with a quick video. Let's start that right here. Then we'll jump in to some discussion. Shoot, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. I guess it changed it for both of them? Give me a second here and let me get this fixed.
I'm Bill Johnson. Around here, they just call me Dad. I've been trying to read, but I just can't seem to do it. Thanksgiving Day. We Johnsons had a good Thanksgiving, the best we've ever had. And I can't help thinking that what made it better was a real feeling of thankfulness. And that's odd, too, when you consider the shape things were in when I got home from work yesterday. My kids, Dick and Tommy and Susan, were all home from school. And of course, Mother and the baby were there. As kids will, mine were living tomorrow right along with today, looking forward to Thanksgiving. And like most men, I'm glad it was Mother instead of me who had to break the news to them.
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that... Well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
Mom, you don't mean it. It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Paul.
Hello, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're gonna have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's gonna have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. With turkey, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs.
now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Jack Horner told us that birds are dinosaurs. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Yeah, so, Thanksgiving means dinosaurs around these parts. And we're going to be getting into that here. Before I forget, speaking of Thanksgiving food, got something to share with everybody. And I'm glad I remembered to do that early this year, before people start making their plans. But, the dish that I'm always proud to make on Thanksgiving is cranberry sauce. And I've got a special recipe for that right here that'll blow people away. It's really, really good. So I'm happy to share that. You can download it, print it, and whatever. Really, really excellent cranberry orange sauce. Cranberry sauce, of course, is like a classic Thanksgiving side dish, but often it's pretty uninspired. This hits all the right notes. I think you'll like it a lot. But yeah, anywho. And then we were talking about Archaeopteryx in that clip too. Archaeopteryx, the earliest known true bird, depends on who you ask, but anyway, really, really important fossil critter. I'm currently printing another Archaeopteryx specimen right now, the London specimen of Archaeopteryx. I've got, I think, 2 pieces left, and I'm going to be assembling them into the London Archaeopteryx. Okay. There we go. Anyway, that name already means a lot to a lot of you, but it might not mean much to some of you, Archaeopteryx. So to kind of help set the stage for this, and set the stage for how we started to understand that birds are dinosaurs, I've got a video for you here. Some of you will maybe recognize the star of this documentary. Shoot, without further ado, let's just take a look. Oh, it's so good.
Mutton chops and all.
Right, hang on. There we are.
You're looking at a dragon. A feathered dragon. It's intriguing to think of birds as descendants of dragons. Feathered dinosaurs.
Yep.
Among scientists, the dinosaur-bird link is the subject of a debate that is complex, diverse, contentious, and full of surprises.
Not so contentious anymore. This is from 2006, and does anybody recognize that voice?
As one researcher said in a respected scientific journal, the dinosaur origin of birds will be the greatest embarrassment of paleontology in the 20th century. My name is Matt Lamanna, and I'm not embarrassed to say that I disagree with that statement.
Yeah!
Just at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Fantastic. I was so tickled when I found this the other day. For those of you wondering, like, what? What's going on? Let me show you here.
So, yeah, should be fun. Just kind of a chill, short little interview.
Yeah, sure.
And so anybody, if you've got any questions at all pertaining to dinosaurs, pertaining to museum work, pertaining to, I don't know, what else are you eager to talk about?
I would say, like, in particular, my knowledge base is mostly southern hemisphere dinosaurs and sort of, and kind of, you know...
Matt Lamanna right here. He was with us in the field this past summer in Wyoming,
and again, just
back
for
in June.
Context for anybody who maybe wasn't able to catch any of our earlier streams. Matt Lamana has done a ton of field work all over the world, digging up different dinosaurs in all kinds of cool exotic places. Exotic sounds like almost condescending or something like that. But...
I mean, I think some are pretty exotic, so yeah.
Yeah. And shoot, I've told you this already, but when I was a kid, there is this TV show that my dad taped for me called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt.
Yeah.
I think I was about 10 years old, and I thought this was the coolest thing in the world. This group of paleontologists go out to Egypt to try and sort of rediscover some of these mysterious Egyptian dinosaurs, many of which, I think pretty much all of which at that point, had been destroyed in World War II.
100%.
And Matt Lamana was on that crew, and so I watched that tape so many times I practically wore it out.
Those are
And
natural
now,
there,
you know,
Pimcat.
we get to have Matt out
Natural
here
rock
in the
formation.
field with us, and now you're on my show, which
I
is
know, and you're
crazy.
And you've been a lifesaver to me and my people as well from Pittsburgh.
Shoot,
so,
I appreciate that. No,
this
it's been...
dude is one of the best field people I've ever worked with. No joke. Yep. And
Wow.
he's not paying me to say that. And this is only my second beer, so.
No, I'm beyond flattered.
Danny
Holy
is
cow.
fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and I.
Matt Lamana
I'm
is
so grateful
fantastic.
When I hear stories like what you talked about that show being meaningful to you, I
Yeah.
mean, it was a certainly really meaningful experience in my life, and you know, we were hoping it would have an impact on people, and you know, happily, I think it has. So yeah.
Yeah, so that is a different show than this. I wish I knew about this when I was a kid. This is super cool.
That's Matt Lamana, and I'm not embarrassed to say that I disagree with that statement. I'm a paleontologist at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've studied dinosaurs all over the world, from Argentina to Egypt, and I am convinced that birds did have dinosaurian ancestors. How did birds evolve from toothed, scaly, long-tailed
I think this is a lovely kind of introduction to the subject for the next couple weeks.
And why did they alone survive today, when all other dinosaurs have long since perished? So, I'm about to embark on a journey, a trip I'll take with two of my friends and fellow paleontologists, Yu-Hai Liu and Jerry Harris. Together, we'll travel halfway around the world, to the edge of a remote Chinese desert, searching for evidence to solve a 65-million-year-old mystery. The enigma of the rise of the feathered dragons.
Very cool. And there's Archaeopteryx and Deinonychus right there. Oh man, I'm excited. This is really putting me in the Thanksgiving spirit, you know? And thank you for being here, Duster. Hey, tune in anytime. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday every week. Sometimes other days too, especially if I'm in the field. So, yeah.
Dinosaurs. I think they're some of the coolest creatures ever to walk the planet.
They certainly are.
People have been digging up dinosaurs for centuries, long before they understood what they were.
There you go, Casey's
In 1841, British zoologist Richard Owen coined the name Dinosauria, meaning terrible lizard.
Actually 42,
and for a long
but
time,
who's counting?
that's how we viewed dinosaurs. As tail-dragging, swamp-wallowing, overgrown lizards that we posed in museums like skeletal Godzillas.
Yeah.
It was a humble throne for a dinosaur like the tyrant lizard king, T-Rex.
Oh, are these the old displays at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh? This must have been before they renovated. Wow, shoot, it looks so antique.
And it wasn't accurate.
Pimcat says, why do dinosaurs seem to always have an overbite? Well, I mean, most of them just naturally did. The way that their jaws articulate. But, you probably wouldn't be able to see the teeth in, like, a lot of theropod dinosaurs when they close their mouths. Because a lot of these animals probably had almost kind of lizard-like lips. So rather than having the teeth exposed, the teeth were probably covered by kind of almost Komodo dragon-style lips in life. So on this side, with the exposed teeth, the teeth actually do overlap. The The teeth in the maxilla and premaxilla actually overlap the teeth in the dentary, the lower jaw. But you probably wouldn't be able to see them in life because they would have been covered up by lips like that. Does that make sense? So yeah. Yeah. This is still a matter of debate among different paleontologists. But there does seem to be a general consensus emerging that a lot of these critters probably did have kind of Komodo dragon-like lips that would have helped protect the teeth in life, helped keep them moist and keep them from getting damaged. Anyhow.
Dinosaurs first appeared on Earth 230 million years ago, during the Triassic period. For the next 160 million years, they dominated practically every terrestrial niche available for an animal bigger than a chicken. Had it not been for some terrible events 65 million years ago, dinosaurs might still be in charge. Roaming.
Now we know it's 66 million years ago, but that's because we've got better dating
and it's
techniques
therefore likely
nowadays.
that we're
Never
here
winter.
today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Neverwinter, thank you for the 11 months of support. That's funny because that's exactly what the video was just saying too. Matt Lamana there in this narration is commenting on the same thing. If it hadn't been for that asteroid impact, we'd be living in a totally different world. We never would have evolved. Shoot. There's no reason to think that dinosaurs wouldn't have continued to kind of rule our planet if it weren't for that freak event.
For an animal bigger than a chicken. Had it not been for some terrible events 65 million years ago, dinosaurs might still be in charge, roaming the planet and occasionally snacking on tiny and terrified mammals.
Yep.
While most dinosaur species did go extinct, one lineage has persisted. These dinosaurs are, in fact, the ultimate survivors.
Yeah. And Duster333 says, what's your opinion on Nanotyrannus? Oh, you mean, there's the critter right here. I've been convinced for a long time that it's just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. I didn't see any evidence at all that Nanotyrannus is actually a distinct taxon. But there are rumors that there's a Nanotyrannus bone that's been histosectioned and shows an EFS, an external fundamental signature, implying that it's mature, which would imply that this animal actually is distinct from Tyrannosaurus. So we're all kind of waiting with bated breath for that to get published so we can actually talk about it out in the open. I'm still really skeptical of that hypothesis, but I very well might be wrong. We'll see. We will see. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the Cleveland skull. Originally the holotype of Gorgosaurus lamsensis, and then, I think it was 1988, Bob Bacher and Phil Curry, and I think maybe a couple of other authors named it Nanotyrannus. They said it looks like a juvenile T-Rex, but it's a different animal entirely. I still suspect it's a juvenile T-Rex, but you know what? We've got potentially some new evidence coming to light. Science is not about holding opinions and arguing for them. Science is about testing ideas using evidence. And there's some new evidence that's rumored to exist on this, and we're all really excited for... It's just going to fan that debate even further. Fan the flames of that debate. Yeah, it should be pretty soon, hopefully, that gets published. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, I'd pop bottles for a valid nano. I would too, Salamander, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
In 1802, 5 fossilized footprints stamped in a slab of brownstone were plowed up in a Connecticut valley by a boy named Pliny Moody.
Yep, what a great name,
Strikingly,
Pliny
these
Moody.
tracks resemble those of a bird. They were thought to have been made by ancient poultry, or Noah's raven. It was not, however, until 34 years later that any attempt was made to describe these tracks scientifically.
Yep.
The man who did that was the Reverend Edward Hitchcock. Hitchcock was a brilliant paradox, a congregational minister and fervent anti-evolutionist. He was also one of the earliest and perhaps the best minds in dinosaur science. Although he never used the term dinosaur, Hitchcock envisioned great flocks of giant terrestrial birds stomping the floodplains of a Jurassic landscape. He wasn't far from the truth. In early 2004, I was working at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History when I got a call from my friend and colleague Yu Hai Lu.
We were talking about many things about birds or dinosaurs in China while we were studying together. And so after I came back to China in 2002, my advisor here, Professor Ji Qiang, provided me opportunity and support to work in Northwest China. And I also think I should invite some of my colleagues in the US to join me.
Ooh, that's a
Hai
lot of
Lu,
stuff there.
Jerry Harris and I first met when we were all studying paleontology at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. Jerry is now director of paleontology at Dixie State College in Utah. Jerry's a geologist, but he's also an incomparable anatomist with just a staggering, almost a bibliographic knowledge of dinosaurs and the world they lived in. Hai Lu works at the Chinese Academy of Geological Sciences.
Legit salvage. Thanks for the 4 months. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 4 months. Appreciate you, Legit Salvage. Good stuff.
Beijing. Hai Lu works at the
And oh, Utah Raptor Duster. That's what I got right here. It's a Utah Raptor skull. Is that why you said Utah Raptor? But yeah, here's my 3D printed Utah Raptor skull. If Utah Raptor is your favorite dinosaur, you should totally check out the biggest stream that I've ever done. With old Papa Jim, the state paleontologist of Utah, Jim Kirkland. There we go. Yeah.
This is a composite skull.
Yeah.
And it's based on material from, I think, 3 different quarries. No, 4 quarries.
There's Jim right there, and here we are at the Utah Raptor Mega Block.
I didn't have time to do a test stream or anything, because I just got in to Utah. But, hello, Rhacodactylus, Golganek, Utah State Paleontologist Jim Kirkland, to give us a tour. Yeah. Thank you again, Jim, for doing this. This has been really excited about this.
It's a nuts week.
Yeah, it really has been.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. Hope everybody's doing well. It's really good to see you. And if it's your first time here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs, and I stream paleontology outreach here on Twitch. We're going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs. Shoot, in a couple days, I'll be out there in Wyoming. So, I'll be taking you along.
This is the Mega Block behind me right here.
But if you have the Carnegie team,
that's right.
Part of it.
Yeah.
You got to interview.
Oh yeah.
Him about Argentina.
Yeah.
Matt LaManna, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. Yeah. Anyway, we've got a really, really special stream for you today because this is an absolutely unique specimen here, collection of specimens. It's hard to find the words for this just because there is nothing else like it. Jim, do you want to tell us a little bit about this? What makes this so special?
We call it the Utah Raptor Mega Block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2-word explanation.
Ontogeny.
But yeah, it's we have interpreted this as being formed by quicksand.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I was on the margin of a big lake sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the lake levels retreated. So this environment here would have been the flood.
There it is being hauled down from Utah Raptor Ridge. The Sykes Quarry, I think it's called.
It causes compaction.
That's what we think happened. These animals getting caught in quicksand.
Associated with the lake sequence underneath. You know, the water isn't compactable. That's why hydraulics works.
Sure, yeah.
You know, so you
Doesn't
push
compress.
down the water, and it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
So it tries to, you know, escape. And one of the things that water can work with a lot better than clay is sand.
Anyway, dewatering feature. This is really, really cool stuff. This is really awesome being able to, you know, when we actually take the cover off of this and start looking at all the bones, holy cow, is it, it's really something.
Whatever gives rise to them. You know, it's not giving rise to birds directly, but it's, you know, its branch of the bush is coming out much closer to what gives rise to birds than velociraptors.
I think Claire also posted. Thank you, Claire.
You know, there's a little juvenile sickle claw right there.
There's one of the Utahraptor claws.
This is the famous killing claw of Velociraptor.
And you can see here's some little
yeah.
of vertebra. See that one drop?
Just gorgeous.
Skull material in here you can barely see. That's another individual.
So there's so many. What's our MNI?
More stuff here, more legs. Maybe got like 20 femora, you know, thigh bones in here, various sizes.
So at least 20 individuals. MNI is a minimum number of individuals in a bone bed, and that's
20 Utahraptor in there.
This may be part another ilium that's a bit bigger. Could be the opposite.
Anyway, good stuff. Should check out that video if you want to see it. On very nice, Duster. Cool. Enjoy. That's neat. Very, very cool. And USS Missouri. Oh, very cool. The battleship. I think I visited the USS Missouri in Hawaii before. Pretty neat. Anyway, excellent. World-class accumulation of theropod remains in there. The Utahraptor Megablock is unique. It is super special, and it was such a privilege to be able to do a stream from there. And we had like something like 17,000 people watching for that stream. Twitch put us on the front page for it. So it's really cool to see the chat just going nuts on the side here. Anywho.
Chinese Academy of Geological Sciences in Beijing.
It's definitely a bone.
He's named 8 new dinosaur species and discovered many more.
Several hours.
Hailu's the key player on our team. Logistically, he's connected at every level. He knows the language, the customs, the people, and the terrain. Me? I'm a dinosaur guy. But a little of Hailu and Jerry has rubbed off on me. And now I'm every bit as interested in feathered dragons as they are.
Amazing.
Few places on Earth have been as prolific as China in contributing to our understanding of dinosaurs. In Mandarin, Kung Lung means both dragon and dinosaur.
I think, is it pronounced Hung Lung? We might have somebody in chat who might be proficient in... Yeah. Dinosaur, Hung Lung.
I'm a fan of dinosaurs. I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
Daniel Pancake, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Dinosaur Stream, you bet. Daniel Pancake, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs. I study them. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I talk about them here on Twitch. And I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. Live on stream. Like we were doing last year. This is just before I left for the field. Did a stream with Jim Kirkland. The Utahraptor Megablock. But then, yeah. Did a whole bunch of different fieldwork streams this past summer. It was a ton of fun.
Probably don't think about science, but I found that this is a remarkable platform. It's wonderful for science outreach. The kind of live interaction that
and Fluffy Deinonychus, thank you for the 27 months of support. 29. Really appreciate that, Fluffy Deinonychus. Thank you, thank you.
Allows for, I think, really kind of helps bring science to life for people who are watching. And it's been a wonderful tool for, you know, explaining concepts and showing rather than just telling. Anytime there's some sort of a concept that I'm trying to, you know, trying to elaborate on, trying to demonstrate. And of course, this works the best if you ask plenty of questions. The whole point of these broadcasts is science outreach.
Yep.
So,
anyhow, go down to the quarry.
Yeah, the bones are all disarticulated, so we've got them coming out in various parts of the quarry. And we'll probably, there's some live for that. Really, really appreciate it. Holy cow, that I can't.
Let's go down to the quarry, Danny. There we go.
Well, you must have been driving like a, you know, UPS truck on the way back, all the packages I had delivered to your place. I told Amazon, like, hey, please deliver everything on the same day in one box. Yeah, I think they did not. But Don also picked up some groceries and stuff, and some fossil casts that I've got for an upcoming project, so pretty excited about that, too.
Anywho, yeah, live excavations. I do those during the summer. Here is a link to that VOD right there. I'll take you to the YouTube page. Yeah, good stuff. Luckless Jack says, "Hey Danny, long time no see. Not since the last dig this summer. And I have a question. Have you met anyone who believes birds are not real, and how did that go?" No one actually believes that. I don't think. I don't know. There are a lot of people who want attention on the internet, and that's one way of getting clicks, is to sing outlandish things. So yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Moose, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, Moose. Good stuff. Anywho, let's get back to that video there with Matt Lamana talking about these Chinese feathered dinosaurs here.
Here, in the Chiangma Basin of northwestern Gansu province, our expedition is looking for fossils of animals and plants that existed during the later part of the early Cretaceous period, around 110 million years ago. The early Cretaceous was a time when the Earth was still radically changing. It was also a time of tremendous evolutionary diversity. Birds, newly evolved from their dinosaurian precursors, were filling the skies, radiating into many different adaptive types. Then, suddenly, everything changed. Across the planet, a great dying marked the end of the Cretaceous period. One of the most puzzling things about the disappearance of non-avian dinosaurs is the selectivity of this extinction. Why did crocodiles, lizards, snakes, and mammals survive when every large dinosaur species went extinct?
Ooh, that's a good question. Why were dinosaurs kind of singled out for extinction? And it's a question that kind of relies on a misunderstanding, honestly. Because dinosaurs were not the only creatures to go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. There were a lot of others too. Most of the marine reptiles went extinct. The pterosaurs also went extinct. The majority of bird species also went extinct. Something like 94% of bird species wiped out. Something like 90% of mammal species also wiped out. 92% of lizard and snake species extinct. So the story isn't quite as neat and tidy as we're often led to believe. Like, oh, well, dinosaurs went extinct and these other animals survived. Almost everybody was hard hit. Shoot, even like 20% of the turtles and the crocs went extinct too. And they're generally pretty untouchable when it comes to extinction events like this. So it was a bad day to be a critter on planet Earth, you know? Yeah. Hard times for all. Yes, indeed, Ice Allen. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Induster says, how many skulls in your stream room? Quite a few. Shoot. a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Just 10 within reaching distance of me right now, and probably 30 or 40 more throughout the rest of my space here. But yeah, and I'm working on new ones all the time. But yeah. Anywho. So yeah, this idea that the extinction event was highly selective is, we now have better data on it, and it turns out it's not as selective as you would think.
One of the most puzzling things about the disappearance of non-avian dinosaurs is the selectivity of this extinction. Why did crocodiles...
When we talk about why the birds who survived it, is there much study into the same question about the squamates? A lot of that stuff is still unpublished as of yet, Salamander. People like Dave DeMar and other people who came out of Greg Wilson's lab, they're working on that right now. Dave DeMar is at the Smithsonian nowadays, and hopefully he'll be publishing on some of this stuff soon. Because, holy cow, it's intriguing, you know? And Reese, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Reese.
Ooh, Reese, you is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here on the air, Reese. Really appreciate you. Excellent. Yeah, this guy, Dave DeMar, who was one of Greg Wilson's students. There's Greg Wilson next to him. I think he's still at the Smithsonian, and he works on fossil lizards and stuff across the KPG boundary. You could call him a paleoherpetologist. So, fossil lizards and snakes, salamanders, and other caudatan amphibians like that. He works on them, and he's kind of trying to figure out who makes it across the boundary and who dies out. Yeah. So we should have more information about that. Hopefully it'll be published soon, but I've been hearing rumors about big publications on that topic. I've been hearing rumors about that for a while. Anywho, back to our video here.
Lizards, snakes, and mammals survive when every large dinosaur species went extinct? It's a question without an easy answer. However, it's difficult to piece together the evidence of these ancient...
Hang on. Daniel Pancake says, what are these made of? Are those real, perhaps? Are you talking about my 3D printed fossil replicas here? Because they're 3D printed. Yeah. Like Utah Raptor, Saugon, Smilodon. These are 3D printed. I've got an Archaeopteryx specimen that I'm currently printing too. Let me go check on that, actually. Hang on. Arita Ken Wife, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate it. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. 5 months. Appreciate that prime. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm printing the London specimen of Archaeopteryx here. There we go. This fossil right here. I've got the Berlin Archaeopteryx right here. I've got the Eichstatt specimen of Archaeopteryx right here. Now we're printing the London specimen. And, what better time than November during Birds or Dinosaurs Month, you know? So, this is part 5 of 7 here, if I remember correctly. Or is it 4 of 7? Anywho, good stuff. Good stuff.
I can see
Murph.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Man, time flies. Almost a year already.
There you go.
Thanks for all you do, Paleontologizing.
Thank you for your ongoing support, Merv. I really appreciate that. 29 months now at tier 3. Incredible, Merv. Really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here on the air with your continued very generous support. That's a big reason why I can continue to do what I do. It's because of supporters like you, Merv. So thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. And Arita Kenwife, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Well, well, well. It's washing away those ads.
Alright, Kenwife is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Thank you, thank you. Arita Kenwife. Arita Kenwife. Is there a preferred pronunciation for your moniker there? Let me know. If you've got a preference. I appreciate your support, and those 5 lucky mammals appreciate your support too. Big generosity. Thank you for that. Just call me Arid. There is no ride in my name. Arid. You got it. I'll remember that. It's a good word, arid. Reminds me of fieldwork. Reminds me of dry desert.
Still, I can see that now.
Reaganation.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well, well, well. Thank you for the 15 months there, Reaganation. Now at tier 3. Much appreciated. Thank you, Reaganation. Keeping me here on the air. Good stuff. Good stuff. Duster says, how long is a full-sized Utahraptor skull? I don't know, it's about 50 centimeters, I think. I don't know, let's take a look. This is life-sized here for an adult. Oh, I take it back. About 62, 63 centimeters. It's a biggin. It's a big critter. Utahraptor itself is not a small... It's not a small animal. The largest of the dromaeosaurs. It's about a polar bear-sized animal. Would have weighed a lot less than a polar bear. Also been a lot faster. But, yeah, there you go. There's a Utahraptor and a polar bear. The Utahraptor actually looks slightly too big. But, chances are the fossils that we found are not from the very largest individuals. Like, with limited fossil remains, what are the odds that you're going to find the biggest one? Not very high. So maybe they did actually get this big. Anyway, they're really cool critters. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And the claws, yeah, the claws on Utahraptor are nuts. I've got a Utahraptor 3D printed claw somewhere, but it is big. There we go. Yeah, it's, I think, a scan and print of this specimen right here. Yeah, the same one right here. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Yeah. Holy cow, yeah. How you doing, Minnie? You having a good day? Oh, you're just gonna camp out here, aren't you? Alright, sounds good. Yeah. Glen Pixie, I'm not sure how many states have state dinosaurs, but Utahraptor is the state dinosaur of Utah. California has a state dinosaur, too. Utah has both a state dinosaur and a state fossil, both of which are dinosaurs. Well, and they have a state bird, which is also a dinosaur, because all birds are dinosaurs. But yeah. Anyhow. Oh, Mini Pie. Let's get back to this.
In extinctions and radiations.
Get Mini Pie some treats.
In the case of birds, it's even harder to speculate because the fossil record is so limited.
The first Chinese Mesozoic bird was found here in China. That was in the year of 1981.
The bird was named Gansus humanensis. The first specimen was just a left foot. Not much to go on. Even the best paleontologist can't tell much from a foot.
And then after 20 years, in September of 2002, our team worked here. We found the second Chinese Mesozoic bird in this quarry. Oh, great. You see? Here. What is this? It's a bird. It's a bird. You see here? It's a claw, I think, yeah.
Gansus belongs to a group of birds called the Ornithuromorpha, the group that gave rise to modern birds.
Ornithorans, yeah.
Ornithuromorph birds were just one of the many different families of birds that coexisted during the Mesozoic.
And there you go, Javasaurus.
The dominant land bird group of the age was the Enantiornithes, or opposite birds. So called because certain bones in their shoulders connect in the opposite way from those of modern birds. Although it's still a mystery why, we know opposite birds and other primitive birds died out at the end of the age of dinosaurs.
Yep. Again, most of the bird species died out at the end of the age of dinosaurs. Here we go. Something like 94% of bird species died out at that time, including the Enantiornithine birds. These are ones like we were talking about the other day. Yeah, these guys. Like our brand new one. Who was it? Navaornis, I believe? There we go. Yeah. These guys got wiped out at the end of the Cretaceous. They did not survive into the Cenozoic. Most of the birds died out. Yeah. Anywho.
There's side branches on the bird family tree. Evolutionary dead ends. Though primitive compared to modern birds, Gansus was remarkably advanced for its time. More so than any other early Cretaceous bird. Its anatomy, especially its long, slender legs, suggests that it may have been an ancient counterpart of modern water birds, like ducks or grebes. Several of the fossils also preserve the carbonized residues of feathers and skin.
Very nice.
One of the Gansus specimens
exquisite
even
preservation.
reveals webbing between its toes.
Our team have been working here since early July. So now is the end of October. We have been working here for almost 4 months. Yeah. So we are very excited. You can see that when the Mr. Pong, he found that, he said, yeah, this is my first time, found a bird fossil here. Normally, it's not easy, very difficult actually to find a bird fossil. So in the past 150 years, there are only less than 10 specimens of a Mesozoic bird fossil have been found.
Jeez.
But here, we worked here only for about several months. We already found at least 20 specimens.
Holy cow.
So
That's incredible.
Very great.
Again, Mesozoic birds, birds from the age of dinosaurs, are incredibly rare. And they're like, yeah, from this one core, we've got 20 different specimens now. That's nuts.
Discovery here.
Yeah.
The only part of Gansus we didn't find is its head, and consequently, we don't yet have a complete picture of what this bird looked like. Which leads us to a basic question. What is a bird? Most people would define birds as egg-laying, nest-building animals, with beaks and feathers, the ability to fly, most of them, and the uncanny knack for dumping on your windshield right after you've driven through the car wash. That's hardly the biological definition.
Anybody experience that in the chat? Shoot. Yeah. So the way that we as scientists classify living things, it used to be based on, like, you know, features like that, like a certain checklist of characteristics. But now that we've got a better understanding for, well, how things change over time, how they evolve, we've got definitions about classification that are based on that. So, watch out, MiniPie. It's right in front of my keyboard. Oh. I'm gonna have to find a different source for that image. Let's see. Because apparently that's, yeah, the person who had that on Twitter probably deleted their profiles. People are fleeing Twitter like rats leaving a sinking ship. It's kind of amazing. So I'm gonna have to find... a better version of this now. This will maybe work for now. There we go. Yeah. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? There's a lovely poster that you can buy of this. 252mya.com. But the way that we classify living things as scientists is based on their ancestry. You know, living things that are related to each other might share a bunch of characteristics and stuff, and those can be good clues, but that's not how we define different groups. Dinosaurs are a group because they all evolved from the same ancestor. That's why they are a group. So if you evolved from that ancestor, you are, by definition, a dinosaur. Birds are an excellent example of this. Birds evolved from earlier dinosaur ancestors. You can trace their ancestry back to the ancestor of all the dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. Crocodilians, like modern crocodiles, they are not dinosaurs. They're related to dinosaurs, but they didn't come directly from that dinosaur ancestor, so they're not dinosaurs. Same with lizards and turtles and snakes, etc. And mammals like us were obviously not dinosaurs either, because we didn't evolve from that dinosaur ancestor. In science, classification is based on ancestry. Does that make sense? Yeah. And holy cow, Hogan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing, Hogan and Raiders. It is good to have you here. I hope you had an excellent stream. And Worldcast says, are humans fish? Yeah. I mean, all animals with backbones are, essentially. Because they evolved from a fish ancestor. Here. Mini Pie, I really need you to move. There we go. Yeah. So let me show you. Vertebrates. These are animals with backbones. Basically, if you have a backbone, you evolved from an animal that was a fish. Either you're still a fish or you... Yeah. So, vertebrates. The first of them looked something like this. Like Hycoichthyes. These are some of the first animals to actually evolve a backbone. And then you get all of these other creatures that evolved from that ancestor. Amphibians, reptiles, including birds, mammals, all evolved from that ancestor. The jawed vertebrates, the bony vertebrates, lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Tetrapods are all of these creatures. Tetrapods are amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. And those are a kind of sarcopterygian. Lobe-finned fishes include tetrapods. So this group, Sarcopterygii, the sarcopterygian fishes, of which Tiktaalik is a good example. This is a creature that, you know, it's ostensibly a fish, but it's got these fleshy, limb-like fins. And these critters came up onto the land at one point, and the rest is history. They gave rise to all of the vertebrate animals on land. That's where vertebrate limbs come from. It's from this kind of ancestor. So yes, strictly speaking, all tetrapods, all mammals, including humans, evolved from a creature a lot like this. So we are essentially modified fish. Which is pretty cool when you think about it, you know? There's a fantastic documentary about this that I will recommend to you right now called Your Inner Fish with Neil Shubin. It is stupendous.
When I look at my fellow humans, I see ghosts of animals past.
RC0081, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
My name's Neil Shubin. As a scientist, I look at human bodies different from most people.
Yeah, and that kind of gets into... Here, I love this part right here. Check this out.
With a room full of human cadavers.
It's Chicago, Elizabeth.
It was
next to
more
Lake
than
Michigan.
a decade ago, and I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department. And I remember, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days. And they almost invariably ask, Dr. Shubin, what kind of doctor are you? Are you a surgeon? Are you a cardiologist? And I'd say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist. And it's like, get this look like, well, what? I want my money back. But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist, and not just any paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy.
Yep.
Because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
Yes, indeed.
Now, you might not think your body has much in common with a fish, but I see a family resemblance. On the surface, you're not very fish-like, I'll admit. But you are related to them, and the clues to that connection are etched in ancient stone. Fossils unearthed around the world reveal that fish are the first creatures with bony skeletons.
Yep. So if you have a bony skeleton, you evolved from a fish.
They have backbones and skulls, just like you and me.
235 streams. Holy cow, Matt M33. That is impressive. Shoot. Almost a whole year, yeah. Wow, wow, wow.
To see what I mean, imagine the complete history of life on a giant family tree. From the first microscopic organisms billions of years ago to all animals alive today. Our history lies on one branch of this tree of life, and we can trace our ancestry back. Around 400 million years ago, you'll find fish swimming in oceans and streams. 40 million years later, the first amphibians appear on land.
Mm-hmm.
Then we see reptiles, followed by the first mammals around 200 million years ago. And much later, we arrive at our special branch, primates.
Yeah.
This history tells us something remarkable. Every reptile, bird, and mammal alive today is descended from ancient fish.
So we are fish. Pretty cool to think about, right? You can never evolve out of a group. You're always part of that group. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Musa Musa wants to know, are there non-bone skeletons? Yeah. Yeah. Going back to our tree of life here. Bony vertebrates are creatures with bony skeletons. Skeletons made of hydroxyapatite. Bone. But they're are critters that have skeletons that are not made of bone. The cartilaginous fishes, chondrichthyans, elasmobranchs, sharks, stingrays, and ratfish and their cousins. They've got skeletons that aren't made of bone. Does that make sense? Yeah. So when we say bony vertebrates, so here you had an ancestor with jaws. From it evolved the cartilaginous fishes and the bony fishes, aka bony vertebrates. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, here. This is pretty neat to think about. If we've got like a little mini tree of life right here, a cladogram, an evolutionary family tree, with only 3 critters on it, which 2 of these critters, chat, do you think are most closely related to each other? Which 2 letters, A, B, and C, which ones are closest to each other? Which pair would you pick out there? And Alexander Morrison, well, cladograms like this are usually not, you know, there's not, like, time accounted for here. These are all extant animals. All right. Well, the 2 creatures that are more closely related to each other than they are to the other one are B and C. A lungfish is more closely related to a cow than it is to a salmon. And that's because both the lungfish and the cow belong to this clade right here. They shared a recent common ancestor only 415 million years ago, during the Devonian period. So you've got your lungfishes that split off right here, and then your tetrapods. Cows are part of this group. So in order to get to where the lungfish and the salmon, lungfish and salmon, to where they share a common ancestor, you got to go back further in time, 430 million years ago, to the origin of the bony vertebrates, which includes your ray-finned fishes like that salmon. So lungfish are more closely related to cows than they are to salmon. How cool is that? You know? Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And somebody was saying earlier that lungs, like the lungs of air-breathing vertebrate animals, are basically modified swim bladders, and that's true. The lung of a lungfish is a modified swim bladder, and in those ones that came up onto land, you know, critters like Tiktaalik, the lungs that they used to breathe air are modified swim bladders. Pretty neat. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, Mini Pie, you want some treats, don't you, before we get back to our other video, huh? Let's make that happen. Yeah. What do you think, Mini Pie? Treat time? Yeah. Ooh, look at all those. And Salamander says, so it's not just whichever are next to each other. No, it's not. It's all about divergence times. Like, how long ago did those creatures diverge from one another? That's how to read a cladogram, you know? Yeah. Ooh, good stuff, Mini Pie. Good stuff. cladogram. Yeah, somebody needs to make a really like good, easy to understand video about this whole concept, because it is one of those things that. Rallian, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Because this is one of those concepts that, you know, to an evolutionary biologist or a paleontologist, this is second nature for us, you know? It's easy to understand. But I've tried to explain this idea to, like, particle physicists and just gotten completely blank stares.
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Zoran, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. It's one of those things that, I don't know, certain people just have a really difficult time grasping. But a cladogram is a diagram used in cladistics to try and show like evolutionary relationships. There's a lot of like kind of background knowledge that I guess you kind of need to really understand this on a deep level. But it's essentially just a family tree. It doesn't really matter how you draw it. You could flip around the A and the B right there like they do here, and it doesn't matter. So it's not who appears next to whom on the tree. It's when did those different clades diverge? At what point did you have a common ancestor? If you're more closely related to another creature, if you're closely related to another creature, that means that you and that creature had a common ancestor. You both came from the same ancestor not too long before. That's what closely related means. Kind of like you and maybe your cousins. You know, anybody in chat have cousins? And presumably you share at least one grandparent with your cousins. That's your shared common ancestor. You both came from that same ancestor. That's why you're closely related. And that's why you're more closely related to your siblings than you are to your cousins. Because siblings, you've got at least one of the same parents. So you've got a more recent common ancestor with your siblings than you do with your cousins. Parents instead of grandparents. Does that make sense? But yeah. Yeah. So in the same way that you can draw like a diagram to show your family tree, you can do that for living things as well. Here we go. Here's kind of a confusing shaped one, but yeah, you've got dinosaurs there, and that shows how they're amniotes, they're sauropsids, reptiles, they're archosaurs, and then you've got birds up at the top of that. So it's showing these evolutionary relationships, you know? Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. And Trixie Horse says, I do genealogy, and there is a world family tree for consideration. There is, yeah. And you can go back even grander than that in scope. All of life on Earth. Not just all humans, but all life on Earth. We can plot on this great big tree of life like this. Goes back about 4 billion years almost to the origins of all life on our planet. Pretty cool to think about. Anyhow. Yeah. And there you go, Caledon. Yeah. Yeah. Our greatest grandmother was a unicellular organism. There you go, Casted Dreamer. Yeah. You go back a few billion years and you get to those single-celled ancestors. The passage of time. The passage of time, Robert. Yes, indeed. And her name was Luca. Yeah, she didn't live on the second floor, though. Sloppy Salamander. Luca stands for Last Universal Common Ancestor. Yeah. And could that be related to patterns of behavior also? I mean, behaviors, instincts, those can also be shared among close relatives. Sure. Yeah. You know, you look at the way that a cat behaves, a domestic house cat like Sweetie Pie here, and you can compare her to, you know, to some of the big cats. leopards and tigers and pumas, etc. You know, the way that they yawn, the way that they stretch out their spine when they wake up from a nap, stuff like that. Those are behaviors that are shared between these animals. They're closely related to each other, you know? So there is a, you know, behaviors can be a clue about relatedness sometimes. Like, I don't know, you know how cats love to sit in boxes? That's just kind of a thing that cats like to do. House cats. They love that stuff, you know? Turns out big cats do also. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Even lions, Ice Alan, yeah. And I suppose if you want to get real technical, Cast a Dreamer, there would have been creatures that would predate the last universal common ancestor, but they didn't leave any descendants. That's kind of the point. So anyway, hopefully this illustrates that a fondness for boxes is something that's shared between big cats and small cats alike. Huh, Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie also likes boxes. Yeah. Anyhow. Good stuff. And this is one of the ways, too, that we can, dinosaurs and birds are... There's a lot to be said about behavioral similarities between them, between the non-avian dinosaurs, the non-bird dinosaurs, and their birdy descendants, too.
Jurassic Park showed that most dinosaurs were social animals who lived in colonies, and he's found evidence they actually cared for their young.
My old boss, Jack Horner.
The shin bone.
Right.
And this is a little less than a month old. But in here is the same bone.
Of an adult?
Of a 1-year-old.
A 1-year-old.
Horner figured out that such rapidly growing baby dinosaurs couldn't walk at first, meaning that their parents were bringing food back to them in the nest, like birds.
Yep. So here is evidence for, you know, bird-like behavior in dinosaurs that Jack found back in the 70s and 80s. Showing that these animals cared for their young. And these are dinosaurs that aren't even particularly closely related to birds. This is Maiasaura, a duck-billed dinosaur. The name means good mother lizard, because we have direct evidence of parental care in these critters. But yeah, the adults taking care of babies in the nest. So, yeah, and they even nested in colonies like birds. So behaviors like that, they're often what we call conserved throughout phylogenies. So like in an evolutionary family tree, creatures that are more closely related to each other are often pretty likely to behave in similar ways, too. Birds and dinosaurs are a good example. Anyway, back to here.
And it omits any mention of animals that are warm-blooded, have hollow bones, fused tail vertebrae, or possess any of the myriad of other features that makes each and every one, well, uniquely a bird. Today, there are about 10,000 species of birds, more than any other living terrestrial vertebrate group in the world.
Yep.
Modern birds, a group we call Neornithes, come in all shapes and sizes. So what is a bird? The complete answer is complex and consists of a wide body of evidence.
And that was not Diane Sawyer, that was Leslie Stahl in that clip with Jack Horner. Here.
There's something about dinosaurs that captures the imagination.
This is a really, really cool video.
Mysterious animals that roamed the earth for millions of years, now gone forever. All they've left us are their fossils, the dried out mineral remnants of the creatures they once were, with the organic material that gave them life long gone, or so everyone always thought. That is until B. rex, a 68-million-year-old Tyrannosaurus rex who was dug up and named by a paleontologist from Montana State University, who, as Leslie Stahl discovered, has an unorthodox approach to dinosaurs, which may be changing the whole dino ballgame.
Yeah, so you can watch that video if you'd like some more details there. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our birds.
Evolutionary pieces of which have only been gathered over the last 150 years. In 1859, the first edition of Charles Darwin's groundbreaking work on the origin of species hit bookstores. Then, a little over a year later in 1861, some dramatic evidence to support his theory of evolution was discovered in a limestone quarry in Solnhofen, Germany. Meet Archaeopteryx.
Yeah.
The first and most ancient bird from the age of dinosaurs ever found. It resembled the small dinosaur.
Look familiar, perhaps?
But bore an unmistakable feature. It had feathers. It also had teeth, claws, a long tail, and a variety of other classically reptilian features. Arguably the most famous fossil ever found, Archaeopteryx blurred the distinction between birds and reptiles.
Yep, it's an in-between almost, you know? Here's the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx right here. My 3D print of this. Again, one of the most famous, most beautiful, most influential fossils ever found. And I just discovered this weekend, while I'm 3D printing the London specimen of Archaeopteryx right now. And in doing so, and trying to size it appropriately for 3D printing, I realized that my Berlin Archaeopteryx is too small. And so I've reprocessed the files and I've got them ready for printing. I'll be printing an actual, like, life-size Berlin Archaeopteryx soon. So this one I might end up giving to a colleague or something, but I want to have an actually appropriate sized one. It's like maybe about 15% bigger. But, you know, we strive to make things as authentic as possible here on Paleontologizing, so I'm going to be going through the effort of printing a brand new one. There we go. Anywho, yeah. Salamander, we'll see. But yeah, I've got an even smaller Archaeopteryx right here too. This one is life-size. The Eichstatt specimen of Archaeopteryx. This one still needs to be properly painted, but that is life-size right there. And it's a lot smaller than the Berlin Archaeopteryx. Holy cow. There's about 13 specimens of Archaeopteryx currently known, and there are almost certainly a few more kind of filtering through private ownership of various sorts. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And were they all found in the same area? They were. EB Knight, yeah. Yeah, Can I find you a clip of that? Let's see here. Here. Through my notes to see if I have a clip timestamped. I'm not seeing anything. Let's see here. Is it here?
No, Paul. I always thought that eating chicken was, well, just eating chicken until I found out that some dinosaur detectives think that chicken, like all birds generally, are dinosaurs. That's a pretty amazing thought until you think about all the clues they've picked up so far.
Really?
Really.
Well, when did it start?
Well, it started quite a long time ago, back in 1861.
Yep.
In a quarry in Germany. Some workers found a small dinosaur and the perfectly preserved impression of a feather.
Yeah. There you go, TM Wing, yes. And Ms. Yvette, you can't do, like, it can't be like a for-profit raffle, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I've got so many viewers who live overseas in places like Australia, and if I were to try and ship this to Australia, it would be like, it'd be pretty expensive. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
The feather that was found in southern Germany caused an uproar.
Here he is.
19th
Solnhofen.
Fossil hunters, dinosaur detectives were confused, for the feather should not have been there at all. The limestone rock dated back to the age of dinosaurs, millions of years before birds were thought to have evolved.
Well, I think it was a real bombshell when this feather was found.
Yeah.
You can imagine it was only 2 years later, after Charles Darwin had published his book on the origin of species, founding his theory of evolution. And in 1861, a single bird feather was found in these quarries in the Solnhofen lithographic limestone.
So, as far as I know, all of the Archaeopteryx specimens are from
for more evidence,
the same spot in Bavaria, Germany. Solnhofen.
This only turned the puzzle into a mystery. The experts were thrown into total confusion when close by the feather, they found the complete skeleton of a small bird. Or they thought it was a bird. They called it Archaeopteryx.
Yep, and this is actually it's not the first specimen of Archaeopteryx, not even the first skeleton. That one's the London specimen, which is the one that I'm printing right now. Here. Again, this critter here. Let's see here. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a good video of it. The London Archaeopteryx doesn't get as much attention as it used to, because now we've got the Berlin specimen that's honestly far more beautiful and has the skull, and it's just positively angelic. I mean, just look at that, you know? Just behold. I'd cry if I saw it in person, says Lenina, like full-on ugly cry. Me too, I think. I do know some friends and colleagues who have been to to Berlin to see it. SVP was held in Berlin back in 2014, and some of them got to go see this in person, and they said it was just, oh man. So anywho, there's mine right there. It's slightly too small, so I'm going to be printing a larger one, but I'm currently printing the London specimen of Archaeopteryx right now. Anyway.
Ancient wing.
And this was even more exciting because it showed both reptilian and avian characters. And there was, of course, a debate which one it was. Was it a reptile with feathers, or was it a bird, despite its reptilian skeleton? And this caused a great and sometimes dramatic argument among different scientists, because it turned out that it really was a missing link between two classes of vertebrates, between the reptiles and between the birds, and showing evidently that there must have been a transition between these two reptiles towards birds in evolution.
Yep.
For decades.
And they didn't realize for a long time that, like, shoot, that transitional form was a dinosaur. Archaeopteryx had long been looked at as this transition between reptiles in general and birds. There was an idea early on from, like, Thomas Henry Huxley that, you know, dinosaurs must have been that transition. And then that idea fell out of favor when you had people like, was it Gerhard Heilmann, I think, who was like a Danish or maybe Dutch, I think he was Danish, researcher. He's like, no, birds evolved from some sort of crocodile-y type animal, some sort of, you know, from an ornithosuchian or something like that, some kind of thecodont reptile, not from dinosaurs. Anyway, I think they might talk about that in here.
But was it a true missing link? In the 1860s, Thomas Henry Huxley, mutton chops and all, championed another radical notion about the ancestry of birds. Examining the fossils of Archaeopteryx and another chicken-sized dinosaur, Compsognathus, Huxley was impressed with the stunning similarities in their bipedal posture.
So there's the London Archaeopteryx right here. I'm glad it's getting some attention. This is a cast. The original doesn't look like this. They painted the bones so that you can, like, they stand out better. You can see them here. That's the one I'm printing right now. In fact, you can see part of that. Yeah, there's that you know, hind limbs sticking up like that. Right there. And right there. See it? Yeah, nice. Nice.
With the stunning similarities in their bipedal posture, erect gait, and ankle joints. Because Compsognathus belonged to a group of meat-eating dinosaurs called the Theropoda, Huxley reasoned that birds and theropods must have been close relatives. Soon, the descent of birds from dinosaurs was being promoted by other prominent paleontologists.
Like Marsh.
Like Edward Drinker Cope and Othniel Charles Marsh.
I think it was only Marsh, actually,
Well,
but I'm
Cope
not totally
pronounced
sure.
that Hitchcock's stony bird
okay.
by dinosaurs. Marsh cataloged so many skeletal similarities between birds and certain small carnivorous dinosaurs that he suggested their difference was mainly one of feathers.
Yep.
Then, in 1926, a Danish illustrator and scientist named Gerhard Heilmann reversed the debate.
Oh boy.
Heilmann believed that birds could not be descended from dinosaurs, largely because dinosaurs lacked clavicles, or collarbones.
Yeah, we'd never found a furcula, a wishbone in dinosaurs. Yeah. Or even just simple clavicles at that point.
Clavicles are the evolutionary forerunner of the furcula, or wishbone.
For a long time, the only animals that were known to have a wishbone were birds. Since that time, people have started discovering wishbones in many meat-eating dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus had one, Allosaurus had one, even all the way down to the very earliest meat-eating dinosaurs like Coelophysis also have a wishbone.
So one of those features that we used to think was totally unique to birds, like no other creatures have this. This is 100% a bird feature. End of story. Turns out that was wrong. Turns out dinosaurs had that too. And it just took a while for us to discover it. The furcula, those fused clavicles, the fused collarbones that form the wishbone, they tend to be pretty delicate. They're like easily misidentified. I'm sure there had been dozens of them found in the past, and then just nobody realized that that's what it was until like the 1990s, you know? So, but yeah, animals like T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex, had a furcula. I'll show you a clip. There we go. This is getting into that same idea here with Archaeopteryx and Huxley.
And their feathers attach individually along their arm and hand bones. These differences tell us that pterosaurs and Archaeopteryx evolved flight independently. Archaeopteryx must have descended from different reptiles.
Yeah, not from pterosaurs. Here's Huxley.
Huxley, Darwin's champion, was astonished by Archaeopteryx's resemblance to a turkey-sized dinosaur called Compsognathus.
Yep.
Compsognathus's hand also had 3 digits. It had hollow bones and stood on 2 legs.
Like a bird.
Similarities like these led Huxley to propose that birds are related to the branch of reptiles called dinosaurs. But other scientists questioned this conclusion. Birds appeared so different from dinosaurs, and some characteristic features of birds, like wishbones, seemed to be missing in dinosaurs, but were present in other reptiles.
Other reptiles like crocs.
Articulated foot.
When paleontologist Jack Horner began his career, few thought that birds could have come from dinosaurs.
So Jack, why was it so hard to believe that birds and dinosaurs were related?
Most of the dinosaurs that the public knew about were really big. Like, you know, this is a shoulder blade of a sauropod, and sauropods were gigantic.
Scientists thought that dinosaurs were cold-blooded and slow-moving, like other reptiles.
People couldn't imagine dinosaurs being agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things and they lumber. There's no way to relate them to birds.
Well, as it turns out, there is.
Then, in 1963, John Ostrom discovered a fossil in the Badlands of Montana that challenged that view.
Yep, Deinonychus.
What John Ostrom first found was this claw. Obviously goes to a foot. It was not a claw for walking on. This dinosaur actually used that claw for slashing.
Probably not actually for slashing, but that's a discussion for another time. Probably more of a hook, you know, hold things in place.
Deinonychus was small, with a delicate build. It ran upright on 2 legs.
So it was in the 60s that, like, we started to realize, like, shoot, this is a really bird-like dinosaur. What's going on here? Maybe birds did come.
A long, stiff tail for balance.
You know?
Not all dinosaurs were big and lumbering.
Ostrom hypothesized that the animal would scale its prey and start using its slashing claw and probably eating the animal while it was alive.
Ostrom's discovery set off a revolution. What if dinosaurs weren't slow, but warm-blooded and fast-moving, like birds? When Ostrom compared Deinonychus to Archaeopteryx, he saw that they both had lightly built, hollow bones.
Yep.
And they shared even more features, including long arms and similar hip and shoulder bones.
And look, there's something missing right here, though, from the middle of the chest, though. Where's that furcula, that wishbone there?
Ostrom concluded that birds did descend from dinosaurs, as Huxley had argued. Not from lumbering sauropods, but from another lineage called theropods that walked on two legs and included T. rex and agile predators like Deinonychus. While some scientists did not accept,
you can almost see Jade's, is it here? Or is it on her other arm? She's got an Archaeopteryx tattoo on her arm. I know a bunch of these people. Like, I've worked with a bunch of these folks. Carrie and Jade and Brian.
This idea at first. Supporting evidence continued to accumulate, including the discovery that theropods
Here we
are
go.
a feature of birds not previously found.
This is what we've been waiting for here.
A wishbone.
People had sort of looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we started finding them. Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yeah, very cool. That is a T-Rex wishbone right there. This was first published, I think, in 2004? Let's see. Yeah, the furcula in Suchomimus tenerensis and Tyrannosaurus rex. 2015. That seems way too recent. Anywho. So yeah, wishbones.
Ironically, Heilman considered small, predatory dinosaurs to be ideal
Different,
ancestors
I think
for
that's from
birds,
Pex Rex,
except for this one detail.
Different Tyrannosaurus specimen.
He concluded that dinosaurs and birds did share a common ancestor, much earlier in time, one that was neither a dinosaur nor a bird. Heilman's study of birds was so compelling, and his views so persuasive, it became the status quo for the next 4 decades.
Unfortunately, it was totally wrong. Yeah, this idea that, oh, dinosaurs and birds both evolved from a kind of a crocodile-y ancestor. You know, birds didn't evolve from dinosaurs. This was Gerhard Heilmann's idea. It held sway for altogether too long.
Neither a dinosaur nor a bird. Heilmann's study of birds was so compelling, and his views so persuasive, it became the status quo for the next 4 decades. That changed in 1964, when a paleontologist named John Ostrom and a crew from Yale University discovered a new and very surprising kind of dinosaur. This one.
Deinonychus.
Their find wasn't all that big, roughly the size of an ostrich. And like an ostrich, its skeleton was designed to make it fast and agile. Then there was that thing on its feet, the thing for which Ostrom named his new dinosaur. Deinonychus, meaning terrible claw. Ostrom saw Deinonychus as an active predator, a dinosaur that chased down and killed other dinosaurs. But Ostrom's most surprising contribution was in comparing Deinonychus to Archaeopteryx.
And there you go, DM Wing, exactly.
For feathers, Ostrom argued, the two animals were virtually indistinguishable. Did the differences between dinosaurs and birds boil down, as Othniel Marsh had said, to mainly one of feathers? It was only 10 years ago when someone stumbled on the surprising answer. It's the summer of 2005. Hailu, Jerry, and I are back in China to resume our search for Gansis. But before we head to Chiang Mai, Hailu takes us on a little detour. The village of Sihatun is 7 hours from Beijing, and the pace of life here moves much slower than it does in the big city. As the weather changes, so do the roads. Driving in China is a challenge. Even with an official escort, you quickly learn who rules the roads.
Yeah, the farmers.
In 1995, a farmer named Li Yinfang dug up something interesting in a rural area of Liaoning province in northeastern China. He had found similar fossils here before, but this one was by far the most complete.
Oh,
Li could
man.
only guess what it was, so he bought a train ticket to Beijing and took one of the slabs to Dr. Ji Chang of the Chinese Academy of Geological Sciences.
The specimen I got is not the first specimen. That's the third specimen. That, in 1995, the first specimen was found.
Yeah.
But the local farmer gave it to Nanjing Institute of Geology and Paleontology. They thought it's only a small theropod, that's all.
As he studied the fossil, Dr. G observed a curious feature.
Yeah.
An odd feather-like fuzz, what we now call proto-feathers, on its body. All birds have feathers, but the animal G was staring at was clearly no bird. So he named it Sinosauropteryx, meaning Chinese lizard wing. It was the first feathered non-avian dinosaur ever discovered in China, and indeed, anywhere in the world. Only the world didn't know it yet.
Yep.
That would take another year, when another scientist from the Nanjing Institute, Dr. Chen Peizhi, attended the 56th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Yeah, SVP. I just went to the 84th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Yeah, that's why I was gone for more than a whole week. End of October, beginning of November. But, yeah, important things happen at these conferences. Important things happen.
When another scientist from the Nanjing Institute, Dr. Chen Peizhi, attended the 56th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Now, if he'd attended the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting that took place in Laramie, Wyoming, or in Bozeman, Montana, or in Norman, Oklahoma, it might not have had the same impact. But the 1996 meeting was held at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. So Chen Peizhi brought photographs of a small Chinese dinosaur with a fringe or frill of feather-like structures running down its back. And he just didn't bring the fossil, just brought photographs. He didn't give a paper, he just walked around showing scientists these photos, and the effect was electrifying.
Holy cow. I mean, I've heard stories about this. Glenn Storrs told us about this when we were in the field back in Wyoming in June. He said that John Ostrom was there. John Ostrom, who had brought Deinonychus to light, had argued that birds evolved from dinosaurs, argued that a lot of dinosaurs should have had feathers. And John Ostrom was getting pretty up in years at that point. Like, he was... He wouldn't live for very much longer after that. I think he died in, like, 2005. But John Ostrom got to see those photos. And he was vindicated. He had tears of joy in his eyes. It was really cool to hear Glenn Storrs talk about it, because he was there. He saw this happen. And that must have been a magical moment, you know? Magical moment.
Soon, Sinosauropteryx was making headlines. Over the next several years, Liaoning proved to be a treasure trove as more astounding discoveries were unearthed. Among them were Caudipteryx and Protarchaeopteryx.
And Pillows Row, thank you for the follow. Pillows Row says, just wanted to stop by to say that my roomie and I have recently got into watching your YouTube videos. And you remind us of Jonathan Frakes. So we started calling you Jonathan Drakes. Drakes like male ducks? Pillows Row, I appreciate the feedback. I think we have that one already, don't we? Let's look. Watch out, Mini Pie. I think... True Nevermore, thank you for the follow. There we go. Riker from Star Trek. That's Jonathan Frakes, right? Yeah. Yeah. And Reese, thank you for gifting True Nevermore. I really appreciate that, Reese. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, there's a few in there.
It's false. No way. Not this time.
Not this time.
Not this time. No, not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. We made it up. We made this one up. It's a made-up tale. It's a total fabrication. It never happened. It never happened.
I assure you, all of these happened, though. We probably have clips of some of these. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. So yeah. Dinosaur P. Jason to them. Oh, very nice, J.R. Hansen. Good to see you back. I hope you had a good week. There you go, Swab Oreo. Yeah. Pillows Row Struck is my handle for streams. Well, it's good to have you here, Pillows Row. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
New York. So Chen Peiji brought photographs of a small Chinese dinosaur with a fringe or frill of feather-like structures running down its back. And he just didn't bring the fossil, just brought photographs. He didn't give a paper, he just walked around showing scientists these photos, and the effect was electrifying.
Soon, Sinosauropteryx was making headlines. Over the next several years, Liaoning proved to be a treasure trove as more astounding discoveries were unearthed. Among them were Caudipteryx and Protarchaeopteryx, and Microraptor guii, a weird-looking creature with long feathers on both its arms and its legs. The Liaoning discoveries conclusively demonstrate that feathers occurred on many types of ancient animals, some of which were clearly incapable of flight. They also raise a compelling question. If some feathered dinosaurs couldn't fly, how and why did they evolve feathers in the first place?
Yeah, what use are feathers if you're not using them to fly? Well, it turns out feathers are useful for a whole bunch of other things, aside from just flight. Mini Pie. Yeah, like with our Trirarchuncus right here. This is a dinosaur that almost certainly had feathers all over its body. It couldn't fly. It had the shortest arms tipped with one big claw on each hand. Not a flying animal, and yet it still had feathers, we think. Meniraptoran dinosaurs in general, this whole group. Allosaurs may or may not be part of Meniraptor. That's a discussion for another time. But these guys almost certainly had feathers. For insulation, maybe for, you know, protection from the retaliations of insects, if these were insect-eating dinosaurs. Yeah, display. A lot of good reasons to have feathers, aside from just flight. Feathers didn't originally evolve for flight. They were co-opted for flying. That wasn't their original purpose. Mini Pie. Yeah. Yeah. Just like Mini Pie's fur right here, they can be good for keeping warm. maybe for camouflage, for display, for protection against abrasion, collisions with objects in your environment, all kinds of stuff like that. You know, just having some sort of integumentary structure, be it fur or feathers. It's like there's a lot that you can do with that, you know? Pretty versatile. So, yeah.
After all, who needs feathers?
And feathers develop in a very unique way. Initially, a lot of people thought that having scales were a logical progenitor to feathers, but it turns out that because scales...
Yeah, very nice. Our print is done. Let me get the next file started. Go. Yeah. Another piece of our Archaeopteryx. I was trying to find the 6th file. There's supposed to be 7, but maybe I accidentally skipped that one. Let's see here. Let's see. London Archaeopteryx. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. I guess I skipped. I forgot to put a 6 in there, so I guess this is our last one. Should be done in a little over 3 hours. Maybe we'll assemble it on stream tomorrow, but that'll be really good. This is the London Archaeopteryx specimen. Good stuff. Yeah. EB Knight says that is a lot smaller than I thought. This is just a piece of it. We've got the other pieces over here. Show you. There we go. There we are. Excellent. So our final piece, right here, is just starting off on the printer. Yeah. The London Archaeopteryx specimen. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Yeah. And then I'll have 3 different Archaeopteryx specimens right here in the office. That's... I can't wait. It's gonna be really good. It's gonna be really good. Wonderful, like, teaching aid. Yeah. TNT Gone Blow says, what if ancient man created dinosaur fossils as a prank? That would mean that ancient man existed in places where ancient man didn't exist, so he would have been able to get to places like Antarctica, would have been able to plant dinosaur fossils miles beneath the ground in places where they would be extracted by, like, you know, core drilling procedures and stuff like that. It's just, you know, it's a funny idea to joke about, but completely infeasible, you know? It would mean that ancient man had technologies that we can't even dream of. They would have had to have been, you know, essentially deities. It's a whole lot of trouble to go through for a prank, you know? Anyway. But yeah. It would be a good prank, though. It would be like, oh, you know, what if ancient man created the moon as a joke? You know? It's about the same level of feasibility as that, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Well, it's just about zero. It's less than 0, Ice Allen. Anyway, but yeah. Yeah. And Rakadactylus says, you can't anticipate the new ways we can analyze data, so forgeries do get detected eventually. Absolutely, yeah. Piltdown Man is a good example. Yeah, things like Nebraska Man, well, not a hoax outright. That was a misinterpretation of, like, a pig tooth. They thought it was, like, an ancient primate tooth. But, you know, the more you find of these things, the more opportunities there are for studying them in detail, and, you know, eventually the truth comes out. That's kind of what science is all about at the end of the day. We're testing ideas, we're building on old hypotheses and finding ways to falsify them, or you have new methods of gathering data, new specimens coming to light. We're always learning more. That's why science doesn't stand still, especially dinosaur paleontology in particular. We're currently in the golden age of dinosaur paleontology. This is what I was talking about at SVP. One of my presentations was on the pace of dinosaur discovery. There we go. At the time that I made this poster, there were 381 new dinosaur species published over the past 10 years. I think we're at like 385 now, a couple weeks later. Yeah. Yeah. And those are just new genera and species. You know, new kinds of dinosaurs that have been found. Not every single one of this is going to be valid, but my point is that the pace of dinosaur discovery is higher than it's ever been in the past. Not just new species, but also testing hypotheses about previously known species. Finding more specimens of critters that have already been named. Dinosaurs that were named decades ago. If you find a whole bone bed of them, you can learn so much more about these animals and their biology. It's like my co-author on the poster, Jim Kirkland, says, these are the good old days. We're living through them right now. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And Celadon Case says, science is the pursuit of knowledge, not necessarily a static source of knowledge. Yes, absolutely. Science is a process. It's a method for learning about the world around us. It's not just a body of knowledge like a book sitting on a shelf somewhere. Science is an ongoing procedure. It's a way of attacking problems, of working together, different scientists around the world to try and test ideas and figure out what's really going on. You know, that's why we call this channel Paleontologizing. It's to emphasize that paleontology is like a verb. It's something that we do all the time. It's always changing, always advancing. It doesn't stand still. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. And Pillows Road says, I'm glad you're here to share it. Kid me really wanted to be a paleontologist. Kid Me did too, and I got very lucky in the sense that, yeah, I've been able to pursue this in kind of a non-traditional way. I make my living nowadays doing science outreach full-time here on Twitch. This is how I pay the bills, and how I fund my research and fieldwork and everything else. But I'm able to do the research and the fieldwork and the publishing and all of that. So that's the other thing that I wanted to present on at SVP, was this idea that you can make your living as a paleontologist doing science outreach full-time. That's what this poster was about. Live streaming as paleontological outreach. Yeah. So anyway. And Pillows Rose says, I take care of research animals, make sure they're happy and healthy and taken care of. That's important work. Yeah. That sort of thing, that applied science, medical research, you know, that's the sort of thing that actual, like, cures for diseases and treatments and stuff like that comes directly from. Basic science, what a lot of paleontologists do, is just trying to figure out the basic foundations for how organisms work, where they come from, what they evolved from, that sort of thing. It's that work that makes some of the applied stuff possible. So all of science nowadays is integrative like that. We take information from different sources, from people from different scientific disciplines, and it all kind of comes together in ways that weren't possible in the past. Science is becoming far more interdisciplinary than at any point before in the history of science, and that's pretty exciting stuff. Anywho, yeah, let's get back to our video here about the origin of feathers.
Feathers in the first place. After all, who needs feathers?
And feathers develop in a very unique way. Initially, a lot of people thought that having scales were a logical progenitor to feathers, but it turns out that because scales develop so differently, bird feathers must have arisen as a completely unique structure. They didn't have any type of modern analog that you would look at and call a scale. That
I think this is still kind of disputed, whether or not feathers and scales are directly homologous, whether they are the same structure, just modified in different ways. I think this is still kind of disputed among different developmental biologists.
That preceded it.
Feathers are composed mostly of keratin, the same substance that hair, fingernails, horns, hooves, and beaks are made of. A typical feather has a hollow central shaft called a rachis, or quill. Extending from either side of this backbone are linear clusters of barbs. Branching out at a roughly 40-degree angle on each barb is a network of microscopic interlocking hooklets called barbules that provide both stiffness and flexibility to the feather. Taken together, these rows of barbs and barbules form the familiar vein of the feather. While birds display several different adaptive types of feathers, like down feathers and bristles,
Watson,
it's the aerodynamically shaped contour feathers on their wings and tail that make it possible for a bird to fly.
Kingfisher?
However, even flightless birds have feathers, and shorebirds and waterfowl seem equally well adapted for life in water as they are for life in the air. All modern birds are endothermic, or warm-blooded animals, and their feathers help to insulate them in their environments. Feathers would have also helped small theropods retain body heat, which probably gave them an evolutionary advantage. Today, the feathered dinosaur quarries of Liaoning are world famous. To preserve the sites, the government is building a museum here.
Very
The
cool.
hope is that someday it'll become a major tourist attraction.
So this is one thing that I really appreciate about like the development of China right now, is that they're just building museums left and right. They were doing this back in, circa 2006, and they're still doing it to this day. If there's like an important fossil site, oftentimes they're like, we're just going to build a museum over it. The nearest town might be 100 miles away. Doesn't matter. This is an important site that needs to be protected, and maybe there'll be a village that springs up next to this because you've got tourists that are coming to visit, you know? It's really cool. Before the in Cedar Run, there you go, Clever. Yes,
Inside,
yes.
Hailu takes us to meet the man who started it all, Mr. Li Yinfang.
Jerry, so this is Mr. Li Yinfang, who found the first feathered dinosaur.
An honor, sir.
And Eminette says, to be fair, China built a whole city and not a single person lives in it. Well, you're talking about the ghost cities. This was a thing in like the mid-2000s, is that they were building left and right all over the place. You know, they're like, yeah, nobody lives there now, but eventually people will live there. And now people do. Holy cow, like, those ghost cities are chock full of people nowadays. You'd be hard-pressed to find an actual, like, ghost city in China nowadays. People here in the US were making fun of that. They're like, oh, they're not letting the free market dictate housing prices and everything? They're just building homes for people? You'd be hard-pressed to find... Well, I don't know. There's not like a humongous housing crisis in China like there is in the US or in Canada. Because housing isn't built for profit there, necessarily. It's built for housing, you know? We could learn a lot from that here in the States. We really could. Yeah, if you build it, they will come, as the saying goes. There you go, Rhacodactylus, and it's worked. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. There you go, confused echidna. I know, right? Oh, boy. So, yeah. Yeah. It's funny, that's kind of the approach in China to building museums, too, is like, oh, there's no visitors to this museum. Well, because you haven't built the museum yet. You build the museum, visitors will arrive, and they do. Yeah. Yeah, here, there's, speaking of which, actually, there we go. This is from the Associated Press. 6 years ago, past and present come together at this fossil excavation site. It was discovered by accident when these high-rises were being built. China's rapid urbanization is churning up tons of dinosaur fossils.
Lots of constructions really help.
This is Shuxing here.
To find new fossils.
Arguably China's most famous dinosaur paleontologist.
You see those bumps?
He's done so in part by following the bulldozers.
If we can get more information, that really help us to realize who we are, like what exactly a human being is.
Yeah, it's that context that fossils give us that's so important. I love the fan mail that he gets.
Dinosaur join is from England.
100 million. So this is like late Cretaceous here. Oh, this guy works on mammals, right? Yeah. He says he's a dinosaur expert while I'm an expert on mammals, so I thought we'd better let the expert examine and confirm. After careful examination, Professor Xu said it was extraordinarily valuable. So China's late Cretaceous record isn't super rich, and so these are important fossils as a result of that.
With new discoveries from this area and from other areas, we can have a better understanding about the Cretaceous dinosaur evolution.
Pretty cool. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, if access to streaming wasn't a pain, you could get the visas, etc., would you get in on that action? 1,000,000% yes. Yeah, in fact, some of my colleagues have. me see. Yeah, here we go. So, somebody I worked with back in 2011 in the Hell Creek, Alida Bayul. Let me see if I can find a picture. Fieldwork photos, summer 2011. Trying to find a photo with me and Alida in it. Oh, this is not a great photo, but that's her right there. Anywho,
Associate research.
Here we go.
Most people don't know that China has a lot of dinosaurs. There is a very big diversity of fossils here. China is really one of the best places in the world right now to do paleontology on dinosaurs and birds.
Yep.
China is the new land of dinosaurs, I would say.
So, Alida worked with my crew in Montana. She was one of Jack Horner's graduate students at the time. She graduated with her PhD, and then she went off to, I think she went off to China after that. Alida's originally from Tahiti, so she's been all over the place.
My name is Alida Bayul. If people ask me what is my job, then I tell them I work on the evolution of birds and dinosaurs. I'm an associate researcher and professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology. Paleontology is the study of life on Earth. The Earth is more than 4 billion years old,
Chad,
so
yeah.
Paleontology is actually a really huge science where you
Yeah.
study the evolution of bacteria, plants, or animals that have lived on Earth this whole time. Before I came to China, I already knew that this institute was one of the best in the world for paleontology, and they're published in really good journals like Science, Nature.
High-impact journals like we were talking about on Thursday.
Most people don't know about Chinese dinosaurs and Chinese birds because they're more familiar with the dinosaurs that were popularized by Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
You know, like you have Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops. Those are very famous dinosaurs from America. When compared to China, really, we just recently found, the Jeho biota in Liaoning province.
Yeah,
in
holy
the
cow.
1980s in the Jeho biota from the early Cretaceous, you have a lot of transitional specimens, between birds and dinosaurs. So you can see 10 million years of evolution between dinosaurs that are on their way
This is not the right footage. Whoever put this together, really didn't know what they were
to
doing.
becoming birds.
That's a pterosaur. That's not even a dinosaur right there.
So this fossil right here is one of the most famous fossils in China. It's a fossil bird called Confuciusornis.
Confuciusornis,
And they
yeah.
have many specimens, like thousands of specimens of this species. It's very well preserved with skin, feathers. This was a male because it has 2 long tail feathers, and the females presumably had much shorter tail feathers. Actually, these type of fossils from China have helped us understand the early evolution of flight and also reconstruct a lot of, flight apparatuses in dinosaurs and birds. In China, especially from the early Cretaceous of the Jeho biota in Liaoning province, we have a lot of soft tissues preserved, like eyes, skin, internal organs, or feathers, and cellular preservation also. You have amazing preservation of dinosaurs, birds, mammals, crocodiles, salamanders, pterosaurs. There is a very, very big diversity of fossils here. Elsewhere in the world, we don't have that type of beautiful preservation, especially for the dinosaur-bird transition.
Yep.
We don't really understand why the preservation is so beautiful, really, for this time period. But we think that after the death of the...
That's funny. They say she says during this time period, and then the editor shows a picture of a trilobite, which is not even from the same era.
So beautiful, really, for this time period. But
This is from before the age of dinosaurs. This is from the Paleozoic era.
But we think
Anyway.
that after the death of the specimens, they were buried very rapidly into really shallow lakes. And then there were volcanoes surrounding the areas that were sporadically erupting, and the ashes also helped preserve these fossils. Probably the most important ones right now would be Inner Mongolia, Yunnan, and Gansu province. And of course, Liaoning for the Jehol biota.
Yeah.
I never thought that I would get a PhD and be a professor here at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It's the best job ever, it's the best opportunity. I'm working on two different things. So the evolution of the skulls of birds and dinosaurs. So how really you go from a dinosaur skull all the way to a bird skull. The second aspect that I do is I look at DNA, which is the genetic material of all living organisms in really old animals. The oldest DNA ever sequenced is about 1 million years old.
Yep.
But really life on Earth is 4 billion years old. So we have a big gap into our access to DNA sequences. Perhaps we can use other methods than DNA sequencing to fully understand the evolution of life. Because everything that has happened in the past really has an impact on the present. From a career perspective, I would say China really is a great place. If any researcher is interested in dinosaurs, they should really come work in China.
I would love to at some point. Jim Kirkland has done a lot of work in China too, and every summer he says, Danny, you gotta get out there. You gotta get out there. One of these days. One of these days. Anyhow, let's get back to this one right here.
Matt? Yeah. This is the man who found the first feathered dinosaur.
Nice to meet you.
他们都是美国的，一个是 Jerry，一个叫
Hey, Luke. Can you tell him he's a famous man in the United States?
OK， 他说你在美国很有名。
Tell him, see what he did. The museum houses fossils from the early Cretaceous period, about 124 to 130 million years ago. Workers chip away at the layers of sediment and volcanic ash that buried the animals and plants in what was an ancient lake bed.
Look at that prep, holy cow.
Meticulously preserving the geological context of each specimen.
Okay. So he said the first feathered dinosaur was found over there, but the layer, the horizon, is relatively
that one right there,
right here.
It's definitely a dorsal view, like a top view.
Yeah,
there's a 3D quality to the specimens.
Yeah, wow.
Fossil slabs are inset on the floor, in the exact spot where they were uncovered, giving you the impression that you are discovering them for the first time.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, from top down. Yeah, so
Look at that Psittacosaurus right there. That's this critter. There we go. Same genus anyway. Psittacosaurus actually holds the record for being the dinosaur genus with the most species in it. So this is almost certainly not the same species of Psittacosaurus, but it is the same genus. It is still Psittacosaurus. Yeah. This might be one of those guys that, shoot. I can talk about this, right? Yeah. Dinosaurs unearthed in China may have ended with a collapse, not a catastrophe. It might be a burrow collapse and caused this guy to get preserved like this. In 3D, but just... Yeah. Interesting to think about. Interesting to think about. The common or garden bunny of the dinosaurs that everyone... Sort of, Goodyear. These guys were very common. Psittacosaurus. Psittacosaurus. Here we go. Yeah, some of these have got pretty big jugal spikes like that. Jugal horns, you could almost call them. And some of them have got smaller jugal horns. Psittacosaurus vary a lot in size. Some of them are really small. There's some like dwarf species, and there are some that are, I think, close to 10 feet long. Like, about 3 meters. But yeah, they're pretty common dinosaurs. And as herbivores, they're not at the top of the food chain, I'll say that. Looks like E.T. says salamander. They do have weird looking faces, you know? These big cheek spikes that they've got, these big jugal projections are, it can make drawing them a challenge, for sure. Yeah. Anyhow, it's a cool critter. It's a very cool critter. Gotta love Psittacosaurus.
Very cool. This poor little guy was just...
Yeah, his whole face went.
Of particular interest to Jerry is the part of the quarry wall that has been preserved.
Like this are exceptionally unusual for geologists because most types of sedimentary rock, sediment is deposited just in episodes when there's a major flood on a river, for example, and those don't happen every day or every year on any regular basis. Whereas in lakes such as this, sediment gets deposited at a very, very regular rate. So if you look at these rocks very closely, you can see very, very thin, paper-thin individual layers on here that are generally deposited on a yearly cycle. So each one of these very thin layers on here, you can peel back and read 1 year, and then the next year, and then the year before that, and the year before that as well, as you go down through the column.
125 million years ago, the skies over northern China were alive with primitive birds like this beautifully preserved Confuciusornis.
Oh, man.
A bird more advanced than Archaeopteryx, but more primitive than Gansus or opposite birds.
So this is what Alita was showing us in that video, the one with the 2 long tail feathers. She said, oh, this one's probably a male because it's got the 2 long tail feathers. It's the same bird, Confuciusornis.
Yeah, seems like
the hands and the claws.
At least hundreds of these Confuciusornis have been found.
Got the standard dinosaur skull, but it's no teeth and basically a bird body attached except for the hand.
And just
Crimson Carnotaurus says, Psittacosaurus having so many known species, I wonder how many we have yet to find of other dinosaur genera we know. It's... Most dinosaur genera are equivalent to species with Psittacosaurus. For whatever reason, I guess historical reasons, and just like kind of doing what people have always done, they just lump a lot of different species into Psittacosaurus. There's almost certainly different genera in there. Like, that genus probably needs to be broken up. Yeah. But that's a discussion for another time. Ken, how are you doing? Hey to you. I hope you had a good weekend, Ken. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Yeah. Ken, look who it is here.
The extremely well-developed claws are sort of a hallmark of the dinosaur ancestry of this bird.
It's Matt Lamona.
One thing the Liaoning deposits do tell us with some precision is that feathered dinosaurs lived here 20 million years later than Archaeopteryx. However, there's still a gap of about 50 million years that separates the Liaoning assemblage from the first appearance of modern-type birds. Even
everybody, Paleo Ken here is Ken from the field. He and I did work with Matt Lamana this past summer in Wyoming.
That separates the Liaoning assemblage from the first appearance of modern-type birds. Even in evolutionary time frames, that's a big jump. A lot can happen in 50 million years, and that's where Gansus fits in. After showing us around the museum, Mr. Lee graciously invites us to his home for a midday meal. Because of his success as a fossil finder, Lee has also become something of a local celebrity.
He called it an iguanodon.
Iguanodon. Admiral Ravon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Dogs for security, Hailu? Because he has some things he should protect here, right? Yeah. Yeah.
bird watcher.
Yeah. As the bird dog stands guard outside, we sit down to a home-cooked feast. Hi Lou, can you tell him, thank him for the food and tell him that this is very, very good food?
Excellent.
Only a fraction of the fossils at Liaoning have been excavated by professional paleontologists. Thank you. Most have been found by
There
local
you go,
people,
Claire,
like
yeah.
Mr. Lee. What was it like when he first found what was ultimately going to become Sinosauropteryx? When he first saw the feathered dinosaur, what did he think?
Was the Elm Formation your first expedition of the... It was this past year, yes, Crimson Carnotaurus. We'll see whether it is next year, too. But, yeah. I suspect I might be doing some other field work closer to home earlier in the year, but we'll see.
Liaoning has become world famous. While Lee's prosperity may have gone to our stomachs, it hasn't gone to his head. He remains a modest man and a delightful host. There's no doubt about it, flying looks magical. Besides birds, only two other groups of vertebrate animals, bats and prehistoric flying reptiles called pterosaurs, ever learned how to fly.
Yep. Flight has only ever evolved 4 times. First was insects, second was pterosaurs, third was birds, fourth was bats, and that's it. End of story. Flight has only ever evolved 4 times. Unless it evolved multiple times within dinosaurs. Maybe it wasn't just birds. Maybe it was other critters too, like E.G. E.G. and Scratchy. No, I'm just kidding. Just E.G. If these critters actually did have powered flight, that might be... Maybe flight evolved more than once in dinosaurs. In critters like this, and then in birds too. We're not sure. We're still kind of figuring some of this stuff out. Pretty wild to think about.
But
And Poochie, there you go, Mary Space.
Pterosaurs were feathered, so there's little about them that explains the origins of avian flight. There are 2 basic ideas that we scientists debate, or more accurately, argue about. One is called the ground-up hypothesis. The other is called the trees-down hypothesis. The trees-down idea is pretty obvious. The first flyers are seen as climbers who jumped from high places. Using their outstretched limbs adorned with proto-feathers,
Love this
they learn to
Microraptor
parachute, then glide in order to slow their descent. Eventually, as their feathers evolved, adaptations for better climbing and gliding were co-opted for more refined arm and tail movements to achieve powered flight. The ground-up idea proposes that flight developed when small, agile theropods ran, hopped, and eventually leapt off the ground. The flapping of their feathered arms may have originated as an extension to the thrusting forearm motion they used to reach out and grab their prey. This stereotyped motion, reaching out, down and forward, and up and back, essentially, that's the flight stroke.
The features that enable a bird to flap its arms in that fashion have an obvious adaptation other than flight. A lot of the dinosaurs that have been found, for example, at Liaoning, that are hypothesized to have been arboreal, have the ability to get their arms way out to the sides, and they have very large claws on their hands. They're using that possibly to grasp a hold of trunks, so they're not just using their feet, they're not continually having to flap to keep themselves there. Anybody who's chased a lizard up a tree has seen them do something relatively similar along those lines. And just because we don't see anything doing that today doesn't mean that things in the past weren't doing that exact same thing. So I don't know that it's necessarily as clear-cut as ground up or trees down anymore.
And I would agree with him on this. We'll be looking at some other videos over the next couple weeks about some other hypotheses, not just ground up or trees down, but wing-assisted incline running and raptor prey restraint flapping. Anyway, yeah.
It's 2,000 kilometers from Liaoning to Chiang Mai. To get there, we fly to Dunhuang in Gansu province. The name Dunhuang means prospering or flourishing. It's an oasis that stands at a crucial junction along the ancient braid of caravan trails known as the Silk Road. In many ways, things haven't changed much since Marco Polo passed this way over 700 years ago. The wind blows in from the west, spirals up, and flows out through the eastern passes. We're heading into a desert.
But as we all know here, deserts are often the places where you find some of the best fossils. You've got all that beautiful exposed rock right there on the surface, nothing obscuring it. That can be prime fossil hunting territory. And Deathsaurus still dared to render feather. Yeah, well, Deathsaurus, those clips of the Microraptor were actually from a different documentary, though. They're just kind of being reused in this. They were not produced originally for this. And some exaptation of that footage.
Chiang Ma site is just up ahead. But as we round the bend, we run into something unexpected. A funeral procession.
Oh boy.
We suddenly feel like intruders.
Yeah.
Perhaps the same remoteness of this barren landscape that makes finding fossils possible has also led the people to use the area as a peaceful graveyard. The Chiang Ma Basin sits in the shadow of the snow-capped Chilian Mountains on the northernmost edge of the Tibetan Plateau. It's rugged country, with active faults running through the valley.
Whatever it's from, it probably still isn't. I agree, Deathsaurus. I agree. People talk so much about, oh, feathers. You know, even the most advanced supercomputer in the world can't render a feather. It's like, no, there's tricks to it. You can do it. It's not that difficult. So I agree with you, Deathsaurus. I agree with you.
It's taken 6 hours of continuous driving on bumpy roads to reach the site. And I, for one, am very happy to finally be here.
Hyperbore says, wow, it's so much nothing in this land. I mean, not nothing. We've got fossils here. Holy cow. The best things of all.
It's amazing how much work has been done at the site since last year.
It's unbelievable. It wasn't even a...
Yeah, last year we just have this
little
small
bit.
quarry here.
Zallows, how are you doing? Hello,
I don't know,
hello.
10 times
Welcome
the
to
size,
Paleontologizing.
10 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, right above this.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's where all of last year's birds came from?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So,
and this is all new?
Yes.
From this year?
So if this is 10 times as big, we should have 10 times as many birds.
Right. Yeah. That's unbelievable.
While I appreciate Jerry's optimism, the chances of finding the exact fossils we're looking for are extremely small.
Yeah.
What do you think, skull-shaped?
Egg. Egg shape. We were joking about egg shape.
And Mateus Shipper says, how come we can find fossils on the surface? Don't they get covered over the years? Excellent question. Here. I think I just saved a clip about this weekend. Helps explain it. So, you got to understand the difference between deposition and erosion. Deposition is where you get stuff being deposited. So a depositional environment is where stuff is getting buried. Stuff like dead dinosaurs that might become fossils. In order to find a dinosaur, you've got to find an area that used to be a depositional environment where stuff is getting buried, and has since become an erosional environment where stuff is becoming exposed. So, here.
The land once covered by an inland sea is now the high and dry western United States.
Yep.
It is a good place to hunt for dinosaur bones.
Because this is a place that used to be a depositional environment, now it's an erosional environment.
20 years have passed since Robert Bacher speculated Colorado just might have enough dinosaur fossils to keep him busy.
Fell madly in love with the state because there are more dinosaurs per acre and more dinosaurs per person in Colorado and Wyoming and anywhere else. You can't get fossil bones unless you cover the skeletons. Otherwise, the bones would just rot. Well, on average, Colorado has been a low tropical landscape with lots of sediment being deposited. So if you're a dinosaur and you died, you had a pretty good chance of being covered up. That's number one.
Dinosaur bones are not really bones anymore. They have undergone a process of petrification that has hardened them to rock.
Fossilization.
A dead dinosaur might be
There we
covered
go.
by layers of silt and clay. The bones became compressed and replaced by seeping mineralized groundwater.
You can't find a dinosaur that's totally covered by rock.
Nope.
A little bit of it's got to be eroded out so you can see it.
Occasionally, these burial places were uplifted, and the process of erosion would take over.
There you go. So you've got little bits of it that are starting to be exposed by natural erosion. Just the elements, wind and rain and freeze-thaw and stuff breaks up the rock, and you get a little bit on the surface. This is how we find dinosaurs in the first place. As we go around and we prospect. We just look at the ground for any little bits of bone that are starting to tumble out of the rock surface like that. And then if we find stuff, we try and find the source and we dig in, and hopefully there's a skeleton in there. That's how we do it. If you were to just go dig in a random spot, you'd never find anything. So instead you go out and you prospect. You're looking for bits of bone that nature has already started to dig up for you a little bit. Does that make sense?
The bones would eventually become exposed. Wherever people come across these exposed remains, they become curious. Ruth Mason grew up on land homesteaded by her parents.
Anyway. Source Connect. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So I hope that answers your question. Who was asking about that? Oh, Mateus Scheper. Don't they get covered over the years? So in an erosional environment, you know, like the Badlands, this is like this, or like this out here in China. In these areas, the rock is constantly being eroded by natural forces. That's a good place to find fossils. If it's sedimentary rock, it might be fossiliferous. Source Connect says, thanks for doing science. Thanks for your gratitude. I appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Hyperbore says, I wonder if anybody digs for dinosaurs in the mountain ridges. I get the pain is way easier, but still. I mean, yeah. Sometimes, you know, we find fossils where they are. And up in the mountains can be good. It can be tough to get there, but there's a lot of erosion that goes on mountain ranges, so it can be ideal territory, you know? Yeah.
That's where all of last year's birds came from?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. So,
and this is all new?
Yes.
From this year?
So if this is 10 times as big, we should have 10 times as many birds.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Thanks for the hydrate.
That's unbelievable.
While I appreciate Jerry's optimism, the chances of finding the exact fossils we're looking for are extremely small.
What do you think, skull shaped?
Egg. Egg shape. We were joking about that egg shape.
Working the beds at Chiang Mai is different than working at Liaoning. Here, the beds have been tilted, so they're very close to vertical. That's a function of mountain building in this vicinity.
Well, this area is probably very seismically active, like it.
Again, that's kind of like we saw with this clip right here. You know? When the rocks were laid down, they were originally horizontal like this. But then over time, they get tilted by uplift. And then, in this case, they're practically vertical, like you said.
Function of mountain building in this vicinity.
Well, this area is probably very seismically active, like it is now.
And Coasil, yeah, that's Bernassar,
fossil-bearing
down in
rocks
Belgium,
were
where those
deposited during
iguanodon
the early
fossils
Cretaceous period. That's a huge chunk of time. One of our goals is to better pinpoint the geologic age of the fossils we found at Chiang Mai. It might not look like it.
So yeah, here, Coasil brings up an important point. When we're out looking for fossils, as paleontologists, we'll go to places like this, where the fossils are right there on the surface. But occasionally, every once in a blue moon, people will accidentally stumble upon fossils while they're digging deep in the ground. A wonderful example of that is this here.
Bernissart, 1878. "I've struck gold," shouted a miner, 322 meters underground, when he discovered a tree trunk filled with
It's over 1,000 feet underground.
In reality, they were bones encrusted with pyrite, a sparkling gold-colored mineral known as
It's
fool's
Karan.
gold.
How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
A telegram was quickly sent to the Royal Belgian Natural History Museum. The result was 3 exciting years of excavation and the discovery of around 30 dinosaur skeletons, many
Complete
almost
skeletons.
intact.
Yeah.
600 blocks of fossils protected in plaster were transported to Brussels and set up in a former chapel whose high ceiling was perfect for the task of solving the giant 3D puzzle. It was a major discovery for paleontology.
Yep.
For the first time, complete skeletons could show us what dinosaurs actually looked like.
Pretty cool.
The shape of their teeth tells us that they were plant eaters. Their pointed horn-covered thumbs...
Most extraordinary group of animals
Karan.
that have ever appeared on this planet.
Thanks for the follow.
The dinosaurs.
Welcome, welcome.
...were a powerful defense. And their spine was reinforced by bony tendons which connected the vertebrae. Now we know they normally walked on 4 legs. However, the skeletons that were originally mounted in this upright biped position are too fragile to be remounted. They're still the largest and best preserved collection of iguanodons in the world.
Yep.
They are the stars of our museum.
So if you're ever in Brussels, capital city of Belgium, make sure you check that out. Pretty awesome. Yeah. And there you go. I mean, yeah. Yeah, iron pyrite does often co-occur with gold. At least in the same kind of general area, so yeah. Anyhow.
But 110 million years ago, this was the bottom of a lake.
Well, this, as a lake basin, was a source where gravity is pulling all water and all sediment and all material downhill into it. And this includes dead organisms and parts of their bodies, plants and animals and such. And so anything that gets washed out into the basin is going to float out a ways, and once it decays enough, its body will sink down to the bottom, and it will slowly get covered with small grains of mud. And a great example of it you can see that's exposed right here in the side of this outcrop. So what you're looking at here is a little stem from the
Look at
end of
that.
the
Beautiful.
It's got a little main branch with little side branches and little leaflets hanging off of it. So this was the tip of a branch on a tree that was growing somewhere near the shore of this ancient lake and fell off and was blown into the river or washed in by stream water or something, floated out to this point, however far we are from the ancient shoreline, settled to the bottom in this spot, got covered with mud, and over millions of years was compressed a little bit, which is why it's flat now instead of 3-dimensional, and preserved, and as soon as these layers were split open, there it is, waiting for us to find it.
These fine-grained lacustrine, or lake sediments, accumulate in layers as thin as a sheet of paper. They not only preserve robust skeletal parts of organisms, but even more delicate traces. Sometimes, their presence creates a zone of weakness in the slabs that causes them to split where the fossils are.
Yep.
It's like opening a book.
Oh, we have a feather here. Matt?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah? Jerry? Oh. Have a look.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh
A feather?
Yeah, a down feather.
Yeah,
So
it's like very well preserved.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
very
definitely.
detailed here,
Yeah, definitely. But that's the cool thing about the, that people have found feathered dinosaurs is that we, when we find a feather, we're not totally sure if it came from a bird or a dinosaur anymore.
Yeah, okay, so now we have feather, so
some feathered creature may be inside.
Here, right here. Yeah.
Well, if you find
One of the workers has just uncovered what appears to be a leg and foot of Gansus.
That's supremely cool.
So, just a few minutes ago, I told Jerry and Hailu that if we found a bird today, that I would eat a duck foot. So I guess I have to eat a duck foot.
Sometime.
So far, we've uncovered an abundance of spectacular fossils pertaining to a broad diversity of life that existed here over 100 million years ago, including insects, crustaceans, fishes, amphibians, and dinosaurs.
There's an insect that Jerry found.
The upside down beetle.
By studying these specimens, our hope is that Changma may someday be as important as Liaoning and yielding the clearest picture yet of the early evolution and diversification of modern birds. Not bad.
And it's Kieran says, anybody about shifting of the pole? So Earth's magnetic poles are not actually, like, that has nothing to do with, like, Earth's climate. It's just a, you know, shift in magnetic polarity. It might do some stuff to the like magnetosphere of the Earth, but it's the wobbling of the Earth's axis that causes ice ages with Milankovitch cycles. So that's completely unrelated to, yeah, to like pole shifts and stuff. Yeah, don't worry about that. What you should be worried about is greenhouse gases being pumped up into the atmosphere and that, you know, warming the Earth's climate, because that is a real serious problem that's actually going on, and we have the power to stop it. It's just there's not the political will to do that, you know? Anyway.
For the end of a long day's work. We're fortunate that the Changma site is quite close to town. We've rented a local farmhouse where we keep the fossils before shipping them back to Beijing. After a long day of digging, it feels good to sit down.
And yeah, they do collect plant fossils here too, Svalbard. Yeah.
Have a beer. Yeah.
Tomorrow, we head back to Beijing. But for now...
I've been waiting for the beer all day.
Right.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah. Great day. Very successful.
After dinner, Leon serves up a special dessert. Some of the fossils that were found earlier in the season.
Ooh, that one's a humerus.
Ooh, look at the feathers on that one.
Oh, wow.
It's an interesting anomaly that most of the birds that they've found at Liaoning are Confucius ornithids and enantiornithines, birds that vanished at the end of the age of dinosaurs. But at Changma, the situation is reversed.
Oh, nice, 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 nice. It's got a whole pelvis.
Here, we've found few opposite birds and no Confucius ornithids, but instead an abundance of ornithuromorphs, the group that includes the oldest ancestors of modern birds.
And I'm not sure anyone home. I'm not sure. Nice, we'll see.
Our excitement over these fossils soon draws a crowd. Kids love fossils, especially dinosaurs, and that's important.
Ellie, were you telling them to look for the feathers?
Yeah.
Often, a young person's first introduction to science is through dinosaurs.
Yep.
They're great teaching tools. You can learn geography with dinosaurs. You can learn numbers with dinosaurs.
Yep.
You can learn big time from dinosaurs. As our group of future scientists watches, Jerry displays yet another of his hidden talents.
Oh, origami?
The expressions on these kids' faces show that it's possible to learn something from a paper dragon, too.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do that at some point. I know how to make an origami Tenontosaurus. Tenontosaurus is this dinosaur right here. And if you're real good, chat, maybe one of these days I'll teach you how to make one. It looks like like this, but you know, I'll show you how to fold one. Yeah, giant Camptosaurus in Minneapolis. There you go, Ken. Yeah. Would you like to learn how to make an origami Tenontosaurus? Because I'd be happy to teach you sometime, chat. You guys playing? Okay. Yeah, one of these days we'll do that. Yeah. Yeah. It looks just like this. Anyhow, let's get back to our video.
For our fieldwork in Chiang Mai, returning to Beijing is culture shock. Jerry and I make our way across the city to meet up with Hailu at his office.
Here it is.
We're back. Our good friend Peter Dodson is here too.
Yeah, great trip. How's your work going? Oh, busy.
Under the pod, indeterminate. There you go, Ken. Yeah.
Studied under Peter at the University of Pennsylvania. He's a mentor and brings a wealth of knowledge and insights to the analysis of the specimens we've brought back from Chiang Mai.
During the several months field season, we found dozens of fossil birds. All the specimens we found were sent here in my office, so my technician, Mr. Zhang, prepared all these specimens during the last year. And at least 30 bird specimens are ready for our study now.
Although the fossil evidence relating to the early phases of avian evolution has dramatically increased during the last few years,
look at that.
The life habits of primitive birds are still poorly understood. So, what do we hope to learn from our small, still headless Gansus? From our studies, we know that Gansus, coupled with a few other fossil bird species, provides strong evidence that the origins of the Neornithes, the group that includes all modern birds, may have occurred in aquatic niches. The niches of terrestrial, perching birds were virtually all occupied by opposite birds, all of which went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous.
Yep.
In other words, unlike nearly all other early Cretaceous birds, Gansus is a close relative of modern birds, and its aquatic nature suggests that the earliest ancestors of modern birds may have been aquatic too. If this is true, Gansus may help resolve the mystery of why one and only one group of birds survived a mass extinction when all other dinosaur species did not.
Interesting.
65 million years ago, a massive asteroid or comet struck the Earth at a place called Chicxulub.
I'll see you later, Spalvorio. Thanks for being there.
Mexico. The energy released by this impact was equal to 100 million megatons of TNT, 6 million times more energetic than the 1980 Mount St. Helens volcanic eruption.
Jeez.
It's theorized that at ground zero, billions of things were instantly vaporized as a superheated thermal pulse radiated from the impact site, a fireball that ignited the planet. Even life distant enough to survive the initial incineration could have been asphyxiated by poison gases, entombed by debris, or engulfed by massive tsunamis. Vast clouds of dust and ash ejected from the crater circled the globe, blocking out sunlight and making it too dark for photosynthesis to occur for perhaps a year. The residue from rocks pulverized by the blast mixed with water in the atmosphere, producing sulfuric acid, which later fell back to Earth as acid rain. This caused widespread defoliation on land and decimated aquatic vegetation in shallow lakes and seas. This cataclysmic disruption in the food chain caused entire species to starve to death. It may have been that species that were aquatic or semi-aquatic in habit were better shielded from the effects of the heat pulse and its aftermath. If early members of the Neornithes were aquatic, as their fossil record suggests, then their aquatic nature may have allowed them to survive extinction, while other, more terrestrial birds did not. It may have been water, or the adaptation to it, that saved these dinosaurs from perishing.
Pretty cool stuff. That's neat to think about.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because
Chris Face, thanks for the follow.
America loses them forever.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Kua Seal says, right, don't go looking for fossils in Mexico. No, there's plenty of dinosaur fossils in Mexico, and that's kind of it's a new frontier in dinosaur paleontology. Really exciting stuff happening there. the only areas that would have been like wiped clean by that asteroid impact, that would be like, you know, stuff that was there day of, you know? Dinosaurs that had lived and died in Mexico tens of millions of years prior, their remains are going to be untouched. They're already entombed there in the rocks, so yeah. Yeah, so there's tons of cool dinosaur fossils from Mexico. Some of the coolest talks at SVP were about Mexican dinosaurs. And Nell has a quick question about Chicxulub. Would you ever consider going on a dig at the impact site? No. I mean, there's no... So, like, the immediate vicinity was just vaporized. Just destroyed. To the point where you get, like, shocked quartz. So, shocked quartz is where you get minerals that existed before the impact, and they're just glassed by the heat and pressure. You're not going to find any fossils of any importance there. I think it's just nuked, you know? So yeah, does that make sense? Anyway. Here, I can show you a clip. Yeah, let's see here.
These giant waves would have crossed the sea with the speed of a jet, ripping up the seafloor, moving tons of sediment. As that debris came to rest in what today is the Brazos River Basin, it would have mixed with ejecta falling from the sky.
Oh, thanks for being here, Claire. Appreciate it.
Okay, so now we're here in Texas. Is this making you think that you're a little closer to the crater in Texas than you might be in Italy, for example?
Exactly, because we can see the products of the impact mixed into this tsunami deposit. So we're getting warm.
Hildebrand was hot on the trail of every new piece of evidence. Next stop, Haiti, where he investigated a report of volcanic rocks. As he suspected, they were actually ejecta, full of shocked minerals and spherules.
There we go.
They also contained melted rock called tektites, another telltale sign.
These are like melted rock globules that fell
That
down,
a strike
got
had occurred
rounded
somewhere around the Gulf of Mexico.
as they're raining
But
down from the
somewhere
sky.
wasn't precise enough. Ironically, a key clue discovered by another geologist had long been overlooked.
Hyperbore, we're getting into that here.
Glenn Penfield had hunted for oil on the Yucatan Peninsula.
Not a lens, but just like... You'll
From
see.
there,
You'll see.
Penfield saw nothing unusual. But his instruments measured differences in gravitational fields and revealed the features of a giant buried crater.
Yep.
It was Hildebrand who eventually followed up on Penfield's work. Rock samples from the area Penfield identified showed all the signs of a high-energy impact.
And it was full of shock quartz, too. So this evidence finally convinced everybody that indeed there was a big crater buried on the Yucatan Peninsula.
After years of speculation, the crater had finally been found. It was named the Chicxulub crater, after a village built over its center.
The discovery of the Chicxulub crater was the ultimate evidence of the asteroid impact. And
Look, you can kind of see it here outlined. Like that.
And it tied together all of the clues that had been gathered over the previous decade. The shock quartz, the tektites, the spherules that had fallen across the Earth. Moreover, the crater was the same age as the KT boundary And it was the size predicted by Luis Alvarez. We now knew for certain what happened on that horrible day.
Yep. This is a really, really cool video. There's a link to it. We've watched it several times before on this channel. We'll watch it again at some point, but I just wanted to show you that clip. Pretty neat. Harrowing stuff. It's... Again, this is why dinosaur science is important. Sometimes I'll get people asking me, they're like, Danny, what's the point of studying dinosaurs? Is that really, going to help humanity in the long run? And the answer is yes, absolutely yes. Not only do dinosaurs act like a gateway into the sciences for young people and old people alike, they get people interested in science. They get people to think about the natural world and about our place in it. That's really important in and of itself. If there ever is a cure for cancer discovered, there's a good chance it's going to come from a researcher who first fell in love with science because of dinosaurs, That's important to think about. But also, the perspective that we get from studying fossils like dinosaurs, studying the extinction of the dinosaurs, that's context that might end up saving our skins in the long run, too. We now have this general consensus that the dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, went extinct because of this massive asteroid impact. So we know asteroids are something to look out for. If we didn't have that context, if we didn't know that, the reign of these remarkably successful creatures that ruled our planet for, well over 100 million years, if we didn't know that their reign was ended by a giant object from outer space, would we really be that worried about asteroids? If we didn't have an understanding of what they can do, studying the extinction of the dinosaurs might help us avoid our own extinction. That's pretty important. I don't know about you, but I think preventing extinction for ourselves, should be pretty high up there on the priority list. I don't want to go extinct. I don't know about you. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And glad that Hildebrand got a job. Oh, where does he work now, Ken? Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And very funny selfie universe. Who sent the asteroid to Earth 65 million years ago? It was 66 million years ago, actually. Yeah. Raptor Bones, it sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. We have Raptor Bones. Got our Utah Raptor skull up here on the wall for today. Yeah. Oh, it's at University of Alberta. Gotcha, Ken. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's try and finish out this video, shall we?
Unfortunately for me, the time has come to pay off on my bet to eat a duck's foot.
There we go.
One of his favorite restaurants.
Somebody was asking about this.
This is a Peking duck restaurant.
Oh, man.
You see the ducks?
Feed up for you.
So if they don't
Oh
have
boy. So I'm not really a meat guy myself, but this is relevant because this is something we'll be talking about leading up to Thanksgiving here. Those carcasses that you see hanging in the window there are literally dinosaurs. Birds or dinosaurs. Your Thanksgiving turkey is a dinosaur. Thank you, Lenina, for pulling that up there. Excellent. And here's an infographic that I put together a few years back that you are encouraged to download and print out for yourself. Bring it to Thanksgiving dinner if you're here in the States and you celebrate Thanksgiving. Let this be a conversation starter for your friends and family, Yeah. Self-Universe says, so I've eaten dinosaurs? Well, if you've eaten birds, then yeah. Birds are one kind of dinosaur. They're the only kind of dinosaur that survives into the present.
need to take some of your own advice.
InGen.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Good
And
advice.
that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't
Not
give
good
up on
advice.
life, sir.
Wow.
InGen, thank you for the 27 months of support.
Paleo Apato 4 no step on Dino Snake.
I appreciate you, InGen. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 27 months. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. I'll leave a bunch by the frozen turkeys at the grocery store. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. But this is an infographic that I put together to help demonstrate this idea. That all of these cool skeletal features that we see in birds today that make them different from every other animal, that make them unique among modern creatures. You go back to the Cretaceous period and they're not so unique anymore. Everything from their hinge-like ankle joint to their wishbone, from their S-shaped neck to their semi-lunate carpals and their wrists. Those all originated in dinosaurs. Velociraptor had every one of those features, as did a bunch of other meat-eating dinosaurs. Even feathers were originally a dinosaurian feature. Birds didn't come up with feathers. They inherited feathers from their dinosaur ancestors. Thanksgiving is the perfect time to really explore this when you've got a big turkey carcass on your table. You can pull apart, you know, different bits of the anatomy and look at these bones. If we've got time this year, I'll even be assembling I couldn't get a turkey skeleton, so a chicken skeleton, and talking about all these dinosaurian features in the bones. I'm hoping to do that next week. We'll see. But yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyhow. Yeah. And here Matt Lamana is gonna partake in some theropod consumption, I guess.
Oh, man! You see the dogs?
Feed off for you.
Yeah. So if they don't have any feet, does that mean I don't have to eat any? They can try order another one from other restaurant. Yeah, okay, maybe never. Maybe try, so who knows?
We can stop by McDuck's feet for dessert.
Get a duck foot shake.
All right, let's get this over with.
Okay. It's taken a lot to support our work at Chiang Mai. And I'm glad that Dr. Jie-Shi Lo and Alan Tabram are here to help us celebrate.
I met Jie-Shi Lo at SVP. Holy cow, this is like the first night. He sat down next to us and I'm like, can I take a picture with you? It was great because he was a little flattered. Here's me and Ken and Fisher going out for sushi dinner beforehand. And we went back to the hotel bar, and here's Dr. Jie-Shi Lo right there. Famous for his publication of Hadrocodium. He works on ancient mammals. Really nice guy. And there he is right there.
Lo is my boss at the Carnegie Museum, and one of the most accomplished vertebrate paleontologists in the world. Alan is a scientific preparator at the museum, and a fine paleontologist in his own right. My friends recognize my obvious anxiety. To calm my nerves, the conversation turns to naming dinosaurs.
The best of all examples is actually Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That's a very evocative name. About his dinosaur's name. No.
Peter and I named it a sauropod, Suuwasia, which comes from the Crow Native American roots, Suu and Wasa, which mean ancient thunder.
My favorite dinosaur name of all time, and Peter may know this already, is Laelaps aquilunguus, eagle.
Yep, which was actually preoccupied by an arachnid, I think.
Quad stormwind. Especially when I was younger and listening to a lot of heavy metal, you know, that was the kind of name that I always wanted to produce. So.
Sacrificing my taste buds seems a small price to pay for the Ganse's foot and the wealth of other specimens that we've retrieved from our expeditions at Chiang Mai.
Eat the whole thing.
Yum.
You won't regret it.
Actually kind of good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I fear we're both in for a whopper of a hangover tomorrow. I may take some powdered dragon bone for a cure. Dragon bones and dragon teeth are traditional ingredients in Chinese medicine. They use them to restore the internal balance of yin and yang. I may give it a try, if I survive. Survival and adaptation may be two of the most important lessons that I've learned as a paleontologist. The discovery that birds are a kind of dinosaur has revolutionized our notions of what a reptile is and what a dinosaur is.
Yep.
It's forced us to re-evaluate our vocabulary and change or adapt our way of thinking of what those words portray. What the evidence from Chiangma does is help sharpen our picture of how the ancestors of modern birds survived in a world once teeming with other, now extinct kinds of birds. Undoubtedly, they competed for some of the same resources. Ironically, the ecological niches that Gansis seems to have been relegated to may have serendipitously helped its descendants to survive extinction when all other dinosaurs who couldn't adapt ceased to exist. It's also sobering and humbling to think that Hailu, Jerry, and I are treading in the footsteps of Huxley, Heilman, Ostrom, Ji Chang, and Li Yinfang. If we can adapt and survive as scientists and as human beings, who knows what lessons and secrets Chiangma has yet to reveal.
Cool stuff. Excellent video there. I'll give you a link. Right here. It's narrated by Matt LaMotta, who, many of you remember him from our fieldwork streams in Wyoming this past summer. Matt LaMotta, of course, was on our crew, and, let's see. Where were we? And, is Matt in this one? Maybe not.
Thank you for the raid. It's good to have you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Wyoming, beautiful western Wyoming, near the town of Green River, Wyoming. Digging up dinosaurs.
Let's see, some of the later ones especially. Here we go.
Someone is asking if we found any more bones of our ceratopsian dinosaur. No, not yet. And unless we find some in the next couple hours.
At the quarry this time? I'm not sure.
Any more until next
There's
year.
Ken there.
Been out here for a while, and yeah, this is day I think 29 or 30 for me without a shower. I think 29. So it's been 29 days since I've actually slept in a proper bed or really used a flush toilet or I don't know, that kind of thing.
Actually, that's not true. I got to use a flush toilet at the gas station a few times during the summer, during the month of June out there in Wyoming. But yeah. Anyway, we're coming up on 6 p.m. here. I've got some stuff that I got to take care of. I got to check some emails. I've got some correspondences to keep on top of, and some 3D prints to check on too. So we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here, but don't go away just yet. Here's our Berlin Archaeopteryx to run our credits over. But yeah, I've got some stuff I got to take care of, so I'm going to jump on that. Thank you everybody whose names are about to show up in our credits here. I really appreciate your support, your viewership, your enthusiasm, new followers and raiders, subscribers and resubscribers, gifters and cheerers and moderators. Thank you all for making these streams possible. I really appreciate it. And holy cow, we can go right into Casey Snow Art, who is drawing one of my favorite dinosaurs this evening. Triararchuncus. This dinosaur. Casey is drawing for Dinovember. I can't wait. We're gonna go check that out. So, yeah. Thank you, everybody. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow for some more dinosaurian origin of birds discussion, Q&A, and all that good stuff. Anyway, that being said, let's go right into Casey Snow Art. I'll see you there, everybody. Take care, and excited to see you tomorrow, too.